Good morning, India. Good morning, Thailand. And good afternoon, Philippines. And good day to the rest of the world. The International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with the Physical Education Foundation of India, under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, Lakshmi Bai National College and Physical Education, Thiruvananthapuram, and Netaji Subhash Open University, West Bengal, India, would like to welcome you all to another substantial and very timely and relevant topic to discuss, which is the development of parasports health and corrective physical education for special children in global scenario. This is an international conference. We are also honored to have with us today our superb and highly skilled guest speaker to shed light on the above mentioned topic. And of course, to our ever supportive participants across the globe to whom we primarily dedicate this endeavor, welcome to another opportunity to learn and get inspired. We will be covering a very special and relevant topic, and the IAPES and together with all the organization involved have high hopes that all of us participants will be able to bag something from our discussions. According to Albert Einstein, he once said that intellectual growth should commence at birth and cease only at death. Thus, we shall continue to live and learn. And I am Ms. Kimti Montalvo de Leon from Novaliches High School, a full-time PE teacher and a part-time faculty at the Cavite State University from the College of Sports, Physical Education, and Recreation, Philippines. Your today's moderator. Let us focus our attention to our screen and listen to an audiovisual presentation for our opening prayer, which will be immediately followed by the singing of India, Thailand, and the Philippine national anthem, respectively.
Our ever-loving Father, the core of every reason, the source of truth. You who made the earth and the heavens are the ultimate goal of every knowledge seekers, the infinite wisdom, the cause of all that is good. We are truly grateful for this opportunity to gather together as a community despite the challenges we face each day. Yet you remained and gave us strength to carry on the responsibilities of bearing intelligence and using them for better purposes. We now humbly ask you to join us in our endeavor to explore the wonders of life in the world for knowledge's sake, that in whatever we learn today, we become more grounded to you, who is truth, who is love. We pray that you bless our speakers, the fount of your infinite knowledge, that they can share something worthwhile despite the limited time we have. They can channel all they know and share to us the beauty and truth of living as your child. We pray that you guide our participants, the seekers of your boundless knowledge, that they may continue to persevere in the search and be deemed worthy to share what they learn from today's session. Sanctify us, O Lord, not because we are worthy of it, but because we believe in your love and mercy, that at the end of the day, we can take home something that's amazing and meaningful. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
भारत भाग्य विधाता उच्छल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नाम जाने तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा
जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे
भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
ธงชาติและเพลงชาติไทย เป็นสัญลักษณ์ของความเป็นไทย เราจงร่วมใจยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติ ด้วยความภาคภูมิใจในเอกราช และความเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทย
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Once again, good day everyone, and welcome to the International Association of Physical Education Sports hosted international conference with collaboration with a lot of organizations involved. for today's event. Once again, we would like to welcome you all. And to officially start our today's international conference rather, let us all hear from the chairman of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Juelson Santos, to deliver his inaugural speech. Doc?
Good day, everyone. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Development of Parasports, Health and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children in Global Scenario, jointly organized by the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, and Netaji Subhas Open University. The Paralympic Games are not only an integral part of the worldwide sporting calendar, but they also play an important role in inspiring others to think differently about disability as the largest event worldwide for driving social change. Although many people consider the athletes competing in the Paralympics to be an inspiration because of their disability, that is not the sole purpose of that game. If they happen to inspire, that is a secondary and only due to their performance and unwavering athletic drive. The Paralympic Games are primarily an opportunity for the world's top disabled athletes to compete alongside their peers and show their skills on the international platform. It is a reminder that people with disabilities have the right to participate in the adaptive sports and recreational activities at all levels, whether competitively or not. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the dignitaries, guests, and resource speakers who have supported and given their precious time to be with us today. I would like to wish the grand success of this conference. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much once again, Associate Professor Dr. Juelson Santos, our very proactive leader, Chairman of IAPS Incorporated. At this moment, we shall hear from the Vice President of International Association of Physical Education Sports Incorporated as he welcomes us all for today's international conference, none other than Dr. TJD Panginiban. Doc?
Am I audible, Sir Kimpi?
Yes, clear po.
So, to the chairman of the IAPS, Dr. G. Wilson Santos, to the International Advisory Board members, to our International Board of Directors, to my co-officers, to our partners in this big event, the Physical Education Foundation of India, Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, and Netaji Subhash Open University, and of course to our respected guests and participants. Good day to all of us. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to this international conference on development of parasports, health and corrective physical education for special children in global scenario. I know that all of us are very excited because we are gathered here today to learn new things from different experts in the field of physical education and sports. We all know that many people with disabilities do not have an equal access to healthcare, education, and employment opportunities. They do not receive the disability-related services that they require, and they experience exclusion from everyday life activities such as PE and sports. And with this conference and invited speakers, we will have an idea on how to face global scenario. We will know and understand new settings in our field. So your attendance here is worthy. Once again, I welcome you all. Have fun and thank you for joining us. Sir Kimpi.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Dr. TJD Panginiban, the Vice President of IAPS Incorporated. Am I still audible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Ah,
sir.
yes, there we go. So at this juncture, we are also privileged to have with us the overflowing support and to hear an encouraging message from one of the members from the director of School of Education of Netaji Subas Open University. Let's all hear from Dr. A.N. Day. Doc?
Good morning. Am I audible now?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay.
Sir, you are not visible.
Good morning, all of you.
Sir, you are not visible.
It's a good morning. Professor James Santos, Chairman of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports, the Vice Chairman of the Association, members of the International Association, Dr. Piyush Jain, the National Secretary of Physical Education Foundation of India, Professor Rana, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Sports University, Dr. Kishore of the Principal Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, Trivandrum, Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, Chief Advisor of the ISPE, Dr. Leena Vardhan, the well-known person in the field of para sports and keynote speaker of today, Dr. Shubhit Devnath, as an eminent physicianist, he's an eminent coach, and he has trained the para-Olympian to receive the gold medal in this and Paralympic Games. So it's a very rare opportunity. We have brought a coach and a trainer also today. He will speak. All delegates, the co-host and the organizer of the International Association of Philippines, the eminent scholar, academician, leaders from the Department of Special Education. It's a great opportunity, it's a new trust area as we have selected development of para sports, health and corrective physical education for special children in global scenario. You were aware that Netaji Subhas Open University is the NAC A-graded university in India. It is one of the leading university who is running a center of development studies and research on the field of special education. We are running the educational course like on teacher education, B.Ed special education, M.Ed special education. We are running inclusive education, and we have been, as I have been tasked with the special education, I the need of the day of the hour that to promote para sports. I know Government of India and our own Prime Minister has done a lot most of the done is quoted in the so, but the time has come. The Indian people, the trainer, parents to come to a common platform and promote our disabled children. This is absolutely a new area. And at Netaji Subhas Open University, as I was thinking of inducting a new program, especially skill development for para sports, skill development like in adapted physical education, like in, as we know, in India, still we are lacking behind. We need, what I feel that this webinar will give a concrete suggestion and recommendation should come up so that a council on the adapted physical education may be promoted who can recommend into certificate skill development course on adapted physical education so that we can promote the care of the specially needed children. We spoke of the term special education. As we know, special education, it is means the special designed instruction to meet the unique need of an individual with a disability. So as we are talking about special education, we need to develop some courses, especially on adapted physical education, because we know we physical educationists, we coaches, we have learned the term and we are doing it. But still, it is time has come in the 21st century that some specialized course on adapted physical education, maybe like in USA, it is there. Like in, as we know, the adapted physical education is an art and science. Nothing but it's an art and science of developing and implementing a careful design physical education instruction program for an individual with a disability. So in India, time has come that a council be prepared, this international association and especially Physical Education Foundation of India may develop a council of adapted physical education and can suggest how to develop short-term program, especially short-term program certificate programs on the development of especially how to promote the adapted physical activity to meet the dire needs of the specially disabled children. So this conference and deliberation, we have many experts, many persons, many visionaries, and I am sure some suggestion will come up and our council, our associations, national association, international association can come up with the suggestion how to promote. And we at Netaji Shasopini University, we are eager to listen, we are eager to receive any recommendation comes from this international and association and physical education foundation of India and from any experts, so that we are ready to launch some programs which will develop like a skill development program which will promote the disability studies. We are working on research on disability studies, so that's why this theme in my mind, and I requested Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay to let us have and let us unite together. Let us bring all experts and bring with the concrete solutions to Government of India, to Government of West Bengal, and to the Open University, so that a new mission and a new vision in the field of disability studies we can promote. With all this, with all my wishes, I express sincere thanks to the association, to all learned guests, to all the honorable keynote speaker and the other learned eminent speakers of today, and all the participants and all my friends from the field of disability studies. I know the parents, many parents have joined, and without the support of the parents, we cannot promote. I also take this opportunity to express sincere thanks to all the Paralympians who received international award and gold medals in the Paralympic Games. I am sure if we all come together and motivate them, the disabled children can also gain laurels for the honor of our country and for the glory of sports also. Thank you, and wish the international seminar webinar a great success. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. A. Day, the Director of School of Education at Netaji Subhas Open University. Indeed, we're very privileged to have heard a message directly from this very commendable Dr. A. Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And on this part, we shall proceed with the technical session, the main dish of today's affair, which will be given to us by our distinguished speaker. And without any further ado, let's get to know our invited, unparalleled, and commendable expert speaker, which will be introduced by the country coordinator of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports, Incorporated, none other than Professor Mary Jane F. Martinez. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Sir Kimby, and good afternoon, everyone. Good day, and for the rest of the group, I know everybody's excited in this session, and yes, absolutely, you should be excited because this session will definitely bring the best for our Paralympics. So let us welcome our first keynote speaker, no other than the director of the Noble Mission of South Calcutta, a rehab psychologist and special education consultant, I am referring to no other than Dr. Lena Bordhan. Doc?
Very good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, thank you. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to International Association of Physical Education and Sports, Physical Education Foundation of India, Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education, and Netaji Subhash Open University for giving me the opportunity to deliver the keynote speech today. I would introduce myself as already Mary has introduced me as consultant special educator and rehabilitation psychologist working in the field of special education for more than 30 years. But I have got another identity because I have been associated with Special Olympics for more than 28 years. I'm still associated with that. I have worked in various capacity with Special Olympics. I started my work with Special Olympics just as a member of a general member of the committee. Then from Bengal, I had opportunity to serve as secretary. Then I took the responsibility of area director, and thereafter I had opportunity to take my team to the national level as well as international level. And I was bestowed with the responsibility of head of delegation for a number of times. I visited Los Angeles, I visited Athens World Games and Shanghai World Games also. So I had, I really feel privileged to be associated with the adapted sports for a long, long time. Now, I would like to start my speech by saying that mostly, I said mostly, we have seen that the parents undervalue the engagement of children with special needs in sporting activities. This attitude is understandable because they have to face a lot of challenges in raising up their children, and they have to face stigma, social stigma, and children have to undergo various times, and many times they have to undergo bullies. So these are understandable. Their focus is more shifted to like what would be their future, whether they would be independent in performing their daily living skills, whether they will be able to achieve academically, and so on. But what we have seen that if structured exposure and training is given to their children in the field of sports, then after some time, they can see some positive change. Their parents' attitudes also change because these children with special needs or individuals with disabilities, after taking part in sports activities, parents can see that they are building confidence and they are earning respect by showing their talents to the community, to the society. Then they see that slowly they make friends and they get social recognition. And many children with special needs, they have impressive talents in sports. Although they have got some physical challenges, they may have speech delay or learning disability or other social issues, but their talents can be nurtured and they can grow on to excel. Sometimes this can be lifelong interest for the individual. Through sports, children with special needs, they learn to be part of a team, to support, to encourage others, to learn rules. They know how to earn respect by showing their talents. They build relationship. Now, while selecting the sports for the individuals with disabilities, parents and adults, we have to be very, very careful because we have to look into several matters. Several factors are there which need to be looked after by the parents and the adults while encouraging them into the sporting activities, or while selecting their the kind of sports they can take up too. Individual with special needs or disabilities, we don't want to repeat it again and again, but for such individuals, the factors we have to keep it on our mind is that we have to be realistic. Suppose a child is able to kick the ball, it doesn't mean that he is going to play good soccer in later life. So we have to be very particular that whether the child is doing it a random kick, or really the child has interest in this field. So now for choosing the activity, we have to see that whether the child has really interest in that particular sporting activity. And firstly, initially, what parents and adults can do is they can choose programs. It has to be structured programs. We cannot put the individual with disabilities into a open-ended program where a lot of exploration is required. No, they need support. So we have to choose programs which have got simple rules and lesser competition, which involves simple physical abilities, social abilities, motor planning, or cognitive skills. That will help them to go ahead. Now, another thumb rule we have to remember is that to initiate, to give them prompt, and to reinforce their effort. Sometimes they need to be initiated. When they initiate to play, then what we can we see that, okay, they need initially this support, some kind of prompt. The parents might have to, or the adults might have to give them a little physical prompt or verbal prompt to do it in an appropriate way. Once they take the effort, we have to give them reward, social reward, obviously, but initially, if required, primary reward, material rewards can also be provided. As the build skills are built and they progress, we will reduce the prompt and reduce the reinforcement also. Then we have to avoid gender biasness. This is boys' game, this is girls' game. No, we can't do that. We have to avoid gender biasness. And for individuals with special needs, we have to keep sensory concerns in our mind. Lot of individuals, they have got sensory issues, they may not be able to be comfortable if there is too many people, there are too many people, or too bright areas, lighted areas, or too much noise around. They might, kind of setback can happen. So we have to keep that in our mind, that to make them feel comfortable so that they can take forward their interest. And the trainer and the coach, they must be aware of the child's strength, not only the deficit, which is very, very, very important, I must say. Now, we are already aware, lot of experts are here, and there are various types of adapted sports available where with various kinds of challenges, individuals with special need can take part. We know that at international level also, we can see Deaf Olympics for individuals who have who have hearing impairment. Then Special Olympics, primarily for individuals with intellectual and developmental challenge, and other Paralympic, we know those who have physical challenges, and other disability sports are also there, but the structure is in open format. Now, what do you mean by adaptation? All of us, we know what is that, all the experts who are here, present here, but the parents are also there. I have heard in the beginning only that there are many parents who have joined this international conference. So I would like to mention that adaptation in sports means modification in the sporting program so that the individuals with various kinds of challenges, they can take part meaningfully. They can take part comfortably. They can take forward their interest with support, some kind of support. what is the adaptation or modification or support given where? It can be in the infrastructural facilities, it can be in the instructional areas, or it can be by modifying the equipments. And we know that those who have visual impairment, if they are playing with balls, some kind of auditory output is also given. Modification can also happen with rules of the sports to suit the ability of the individual with disabilities. And modification can also be done in instructional areas. I said, suppose with hearing impairment, we know that if we buzz the whistle or we just verbally tell them go, it is difficult for them to follow. So using a flag is done. So such kind of adaptations are done so that the individuals with special need, they can meaningfully and comfortably take part in various sporting activities. Now, I would request the organizer to give me the right for sharing the screen. I have got a PPT. I would like to show it to you and share some information with you.
Go ahead,
Mary, I can share. Okay.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it visible? Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Special Olympics, I've already mentioned that I had got the opportunity to be involved with the program. It's a wonderful movement for the individuals with intellectual challenge. It is international sports program, and it is specially designed to fit in them. It is multidisciplinary and it caters to all ability levels. There is no elite-centric program because there's no elimination process over here. It is spread over 170 countries and it is recognized by International Olympic Committee. And the Indian program, if you talk about, it is present in all states and union territories. It is recognized by as government federation. It's recognized by the federation and it is supported by government also. At the grassroots level, Special Olympics program in India is the nodal agency for all disabilities. It is the fastest growing program and ISO 9001 certified, 2008 certified program also. So if you look at the logo, then I'll be able to explain it very easily that what is the mission and vision of Special Olympics. It is the individual who attempts to achieve the goal by taking part in sporting, the interest whichever sporting activity the individual is interested in, he achieves, then he reveals his talents and gets connected with the community, make friends with the community, with each other and with the community. And it provides year-round sports training and athletic competition in variety of Olympic type sports. I'll show it to you later slides for children and adults with intellectual 8 to 80. Before that, young athlete program is there, but it is 8 to 80 is the age range. You can understand. It is a platform where they can develop their physical fitness, they can demonstrate their courage and experience the joy and participate in a sharing of gifts, skills, and friendship with other families and with other Special Olympic athletes and the community. It was started by Eunice Kennedy Shriver in 1968 and in Chicago, and it is now all over 170 accredited programs are there in 170 countries. Now, there are choices. The athlete can participate as individual, they can participate in team programs, and with other non-disabled people also, which is called unified sports. And divisioning, as I said, it is a specially designed sports. So divisioning is the key element over here. 10%, when the competition takes place, then the ability difference is only 10%. So there is a formula by which this ability groupings are done and competitions take place, so that every justice can be given to everyone, and they can be motivated and they can gain confidence by taking part in competition. Competition is done from local level competition to district level to state level, then national level competition and international competitions. You can see on the screen that almost no discipline is left they can take part in. I'm not going through all the items: aquatics, athletics, basketball, bowling, bocce, bowling. I'm just skipping. You can read it on the screen. Alpine skiing, cross country, then figure skating, table tennis. I'm just randomly reading out of this screen. So you can see more than 30 types of official Olympic games that they can take part into. And Special Olympics is not only a sports movement, it is a tool for social change also. So you can see the outreach programs other than sporting activities. Unified sports is the focus now. Then there is young athlete program, which is from 2 years to 8 years old, to prepare them to bring them to the official sports program. There is young athlete program. There is healthy athlete program. All kinds of health checkups are done for the athletes so that they become fit enough to play meaningfully. Then athlete leadership. Athletes are they are taught, they are trained, if they have got leadership quality, to become coaches, to become they advocate for themselves also. Then unified schools, Special Olympics is attempting to go to the schools and trying to make it unified, where the disabled and non-disabled individuals play together. Motor activities training program or MATP programs are also very, very important part of the Special Olympics activities. Those who are not able to take part because of their low grade of motor activities, some activities, some sports activities are designed where with their limited motor abilities, they can also take part in various kind of sporting activities. Then coaches training is a very important part. Coaches are trained at community level, then state level, then national level, then national trainer. I also took training at the national level, then regional trainer and global trainer. If I go through the oath of the Special Olympics, I think the essence of the program will be very much clear over here. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in my attempt. I think the whole purpose of this program is clear from this oath only. Now I'll talk about Special Olympics Unified Sports because now the whole world globally, when we talk about global scenario, the whole world is moving towards inclusion or mainstreaming of individuals with disabilities or special needs, whatever we say. So there will be no discrimination. All facilities, even sports, they will be able to play in the same ground and together, the non-disabled partner and the disabled partner. In Special Olympics, there are models are like that. There are 3 models at the present which is being followed. First is recreation model. There is no competition, no sort of developing the player. Just for fun, they come and join with their partners who are non-disabled, who are so-called normal or typical, whatever we say. And then the attempt is made that the player can be, the individual with special need is developed to become a player. And the last model is the competitive model. There, they compete with each other with their merit, with their talent. Unified sports, because of unified sports, what I would mention that research finding has shown that through unified sports, the non-disabled partner and the disabled partner, they come too close to each other, they know each other, they understand each other, and that is the way the social inclusion happens. And last of all, I would explain this inclusion model. The image source is play by the rule. So we know that in many a way inclusion can be done. Many modules are there. One is only for people with disability when they are playing separately. But if we want to bring them into by adapting or doing some modification, as I said, in the infrastructure or the rules or materials, we can help them, we can give them the support to play with the other non-disabled person also. So there are one situation is there's no modification is required. As I said, in the unified sports also, when it is competitive model, then no, both of them are playing on their merits only. But to start with, we can start with minor modifications, like while playing badminton, the net can be lowered. We can do major modification where the individuals with special needs are participating and non-disabled partners, for them, they suppose lower limits affected and they are doing throwing or javelin throw or whatever. Then the persons with without disability, their throwing will be posture will be changed by making them sit in a fixed position. So their movement is also restricted and they both of them get equal justice. Then primarily for people with disability, there is another inclusion model and non-playing role. Yes, the individuals with special needs, they can also take part by playing some other roles. Like they can become coach, they can become volunteer during the game also. That is a way also we can include them. So this was all about my presentation. Now I will conclude my keynote speech by saying that all of us who are working with adapted sports, our aim has to be the unified one. Because, and in India, there is a scheme called Khelo India. Previously it was called PAIKA, Panchayat, Yuva, Krida, and Khel Abhiyan. So we have to see that all the individuals with disability or without disability, they should be given opportunity to play at the grassroots level, at the local level together. So that in India, like developing countries like India, there is, even if the child has got talent, they have very less effort to support to move forward. So if they can get the opportunity to play in the locality or at the grassroots level together, then the acceptance will be more and their talents can be recognized and they can be supported and they can be taken forward. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Before I formally express my gratitude to our keynote speaker, may I request every participant to please send your applause emoji to our very commendable and highly expert speaker. Can you do that for us, please? Thank you so much. There you go. That has been a very informative and fruitful discussion with Dr. Lina Bardan. We are all grateful of your presence and the wisdom you have shared and instilled with us. Such a great honor to having you, ma'am. That was a superb and truly edifying.
Thank
All
you
the
so
learning you shared and challenges left are already taken care of. That's a deal, Dr. Cordano. And to extend our appreciation to our very competent speaker, let us now proceed with the awarding of certificate of our highly competent and very energetic, none other than Dr. Gina Togade Astillero. Doc? Dr. Gina?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. All right. I would like to read the citation of the certificate of appreciation. So certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Lina Bardan for imparting her precious time and expertise as keynote speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Development of Parasports, Health and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children in a Global Scenario. Held this 20th day of March 2022 via Zoom, signed by our very own National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, our Vice President for International Association of Physical Education and Sports, IAPES Incorporated, Dr. TJ Panganiban, and of course, our very supportive Chairman of the IAPES Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Ma'am, we are very honored to present to you the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really honored. And I wish all the best for the conference.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Gina, and of course to our keynote speaker, Dr. Lina Bardan. Let's keep the ball rolling and let's continue to our first resource speaker for this afternoon international conference. And to introduce her, let us hear from the country coordinator of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and the very pretty Ma'am Mary Jane Pernites. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much for your energy, Sir Kempy. It's holy hour here in the Philippines, right? But we actually did
And we
not
have to
feel
get our beat up.
sleepy. Exactly. And we did not feel sleepy because of too much information. And it was really indeed a superb talk from Dr. Lina, right? So thank you so much, Dr. Lina. And now, well, that's just the beginning. Hold on, because for now, I am about to give you or introduce to you our first resource speaker for this session. Let me just give a very brief background about our speaker. He is a doctoral degree, a PhD in sport medicine, sport injury, and corrective exercise at Ali Khadijah University of Physical Education and Sports Science, Iran. I am pertaining to our very honorable speaker, Dr. Hamid Abdul Sada Kadhim. Doc, welcome.
Hi everyone. May I introduce myself? My name is Dr. Hamid from Iraq. My specialization is for medicine and sport injury and corrective exercise. My university at Qadisiyah University. Today my topic, external and internal risk factor and the role of corrective exercise to prevent sport injury of a special child. Two main categories of risk factor. Risk factor for injury mechanics. Internal risk factor, predisposed athletics, hospital athletics injury. Internal risk factor include age, gender, body fitness, health, physical fitness, anatomia skill level. External risk factor, human factor, protective equipment, sport equipment, environment. Inciting event, joint motion, boiling situation, training program, match schedule. Prevention model using Michelin diagram, 1987. This to contain from 4 steps, establishing the extent of the sport injury problem, incidence, severity. Second step, establishing etiology and mechanism of injury. 3 steps, introducing preventing measure. 4 steps, assessment their effectiveness by repeating steps. What is corrective exercise and why you should care? Today, mission to find out. First, what is corrective exercise? 2, to learn about the benefit of corrective exercise. 3, to learn if you need corrective exercise. What corrective exercise is an approach where an assessment is used to determine specific weakness and or limitation of the individual. This assessment drives the program's process where a systematic and progressive approach is used to reduce the likelihood of injury and improve their performance. Typically for preventing injury, not physical therapy. Ideal for pain management but can reduce or ailments pain. Exercise is focuses on improving the function of body where baseline function has been lost. Today mission to find out all this. Should be focused on finding the individual weakest link of the person and turning to elements, dysfunction or asymmetry can take over their physical training. Hence, to learn about the benefit of corrective exercise, why you should care. Why you should care. Increase performance first. Second, increased result from exercise. 3, decreased risk of injury. 4, less pain. Removing weak links in the chain so you can be the best you can be. Decrease health care cost. To learn if you need corrective exercise, how need corrective exercise? The only way to find out if you need a corrective exercise based program is by going through a screen or assessment. Where to begin? The best way to find out where you should start getting a screen or assessment from a qualified professional. A screen or assessment will determine your risk for future injury. Allow qualified fitness professional to make determination of where you should begin. Show you your weakness links and determine what you can and cannot do. Where to get a screen? Physical therapist, chiropractors, athletics trainers, experienced personal trainers, function movement screen certificate, function movement screen test, performance. A screen test was found in 1990. rehabilitation, physical fitness, injury risk management is active in an individual. Its purpose to improve, develop limited overall performance, prevention and prediction of sport injury. Function movement screen test contain 7 tests: shoulder mobility, hurdle stay, allowed deep squat, line lunge, rotatory stability, stability trunk push up. Function movement screen test finding solution to prevent sport injury. Function movement screen test has been reported as one of the way to predict and prevent sport injury. The function movement screen test is a tool that has the ability to determine the likelihood of an athlete's begun injury. This test examines the athlete's condition by observation. The function movement screen test consent from 7 tests. I speak in last about this in last slide. Function movement screen test. How to record. Point is the each of the 7 tests has 3 points. If you athlete to make correct movement, maybe to give him 3 points. If you athlete to have compensatory movement, maybe to give or to score for him 2 degrees. If athletes don't come to make this movement correctly, maybe to give him 1 score. If the athletes do have been, maybe to give him 0 score. Learning by doing shoulder mobility screen. Please avoid if in bien. Are you symmetrical? Are you even close to touching? What are some exercises that would help? Learning by doing program design example. Soft tissue, upper bar, lats, tears. Corrective, reach back, wall slide, KB arm bar, warm up, Spider-Man with rotation, boots, trap, cross zenner squat, chain, tucks, inseal, push up, horizontally row, sweep and hip extension, split squat, side blind. Condition, sprint, air, dean, intervals, keep calls, post, workout, cool down, stretching, sleeper, stretch. What are same exercise to avoid? Overhead brushing, overhead pulling, jumping jack, bunching, exercise tests, exercise that, loud the dialogues reach back, wall slide, kettlebell arm bar. What are the sequences of ignore this? Discrete result from exercise. Bad posture, shoulder bend in other area of body. Lifelong susceptibility to injury, depression, increase health care cost. What else do we screen, and what are we looking for when we screen? Deep squat, hurdle step, line lunge, active stride leg rise, shoulder mobility, throws stability push up, rotatory stability bend. Ask yourself, how would you do on this screen? Could you be missing something major? What could this be causing? What could if you ignore this? Now you know. So how can you ignore this and not do anything about it? I implore you to not shut your eyes to the truth. Everyone needs corrective exercise as a part of rounded fitness program. It's your responsibility to yourself and our healthcare system to proactive about your health. This is just as important as regular physical checkups and quality nutrition. Please make decision to turn smart. Thank you so much. Any question I am ready to answer. Best regard to all colleagues in this conference.
Rehabilitation of wrist, hand and finger injuries. Kids University Al Qadisiyah and Faculty of Physical Education and Sport Science Department. Sport Medicine, Sport Injury and Corrective Exercise Iraq, Al Dawanaya Dr. Hamid Abdulsada Kadim Al Aker. Why do kids get different injuries to adults? Bones and muscles growing, decreased coordination, sports skills, a lack of body awareness, injuries. What are the 3 steps of corrective exercise? The 3-step process is to identify the problem, physical movement assessment, solve the problem, corrective program design. The corrective exercise continuum has 4 main phases. Inhibit. We use inhibitory techniques to reduce the tension and or decrease the activity of the overactive tissues of the body. Lengthen. Activate, integrate. Why is corrective exercise important? Movement is a reality of everyday life, regardless of if you work in an office building or are a professional athlete. Corrective exercise is imperative.
Before we continue, please, participants, don't put any lines or brush strokes in the PowerPoint presentation. That is too disrespectful. Okay, please don't do that. I'm calling the attention of Sheikh. Okay, please don't put any markings, okay, lines, etc. on the PowerPoint. That's too disrespectful. Okay.
In identifying and addressing imbalances that cause posture, stability, and mobility issues. Having a rich understanding of corrective exercise allows fitness professionals to identify problems and potential limitations in a client's movements. One of the most important elements of corrective exercise is a proper assessment. Using NASM's Corrective Exercise Continuum, CEX. Professionals can effectively assess their clients and develop personalized solutions to improve the way their clients move, feel, and recover from a workout. Studies show proper corrective exercise intervention can improve neuromuscular control, which can reduce risk of future injuries. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. General body conditioning must maintain pre-injury level of conditioning. Cardiorespiratory, strength, flexibility and neuromuscular control. Many exercise options, particularly lower extremity. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. Joint mobilizations, wrist and hand respond to traction. And mobilization techniques. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. Joint mobilizations, continue, can be used to increase specific ranges of motion. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. Flexibility, full pain-free ROM is a major goal of rehabilitation. The program should include active assisted and active pain-free stretching. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. Flexibility exercises. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers. Strength exercises should not aggravate condition or disrupt healing process. A variety of exercises are available for strength, wrist and hand. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and finger strength exercises. Rehabilitation of the forearm, wrist, hand and fingers neural tension. Neuromuscular control. Hand and fingers require restoration of dexterity. Pinching, fine motor activities, buttoning buttons, tying shoes, and picking up small objects. It is important to incorporate functional activities designed to restore patients' ability to perform daily activities. Turn to activity, grip strength must be equal bilaterally. Full range of motion and dexterity. Thumb has unique strength requirements. A variety of customizable bracing and splinting devics are available to protect injured wrist and hand.
Thank you, Dr. Hamid, for that discussion. We can proceed to our next part of the program.
Sir Kim P, kindly check your audio. I think there's something wrong. Okay, there you have it. Okay.
How about that, Ma'am Mary Jane? Can you hear me now clearly? Okay. Once again, and that is our first resource speaker for this afternoon. That's Dr. Hamid Abdul Sada Kadi. Thank you so much for that very loaded discussion, sir. Certainly something that everyone can ponder about. And as we say it in Filipino, maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. We have been seeing a lot of messages in our comment section telling us how they are appreciating the content of our international conference today. So thank you very much for adding up knowledge to us. And to extend our appreciation to our expert resource speaker, let's hear once again from the assistant.
All right, so International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India, awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Hamid Abdul Sada Kadim for his precious time and expertise as resource person during the conduct of the International Conference on Development on Parasports, Health, and Corrective Physical Education for special children in global scenario. Given this 20th day of March 2022 via Zoom platform, signed by our very own National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, our very active Vice President for IAPS Incorporated, Dr. TJD Panganiban, and of course, our very own Associate Professor, Dr. Jewelson M. Santos, the Chairman of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated. Sir? Please accept the certificate of appreciation.
All right. So thank you so much again, sir, for that very informative talk. And I believe our virtual host is still fixing something. Maybe there is like a technical issue. Sir Kimpi? Okay, anyhow, I know everybody's excited for the second resource speaker. So please allow me to introduce to you our second resource speaker for this session. He is a trainer of Paralympian. He is also a sports officer faculty in the Department of Physical Education. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Am I audible already?
Yes, Sir Kimpi.
I'm sorry about the technical issue.
It's okay.
You know, this is really the dilemma during a live session. Well, anyway, thank you very much for taking charge. Once again, allow me to introduce you first because we're going to be introducing our resource speaker for this afternoon, our second resource speaker. Once again, let's hear from Mary Jane F. Martinez as she introduced to us our second resource speaker for this afternoon. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay, thank you, Sir Kimpi. Again, everybody's excited because we actually are bringing like all the experts right here live internationally. So again, let us welcome our second resource speaker. He is a trainer of Paralympian, a sports officer, faculty at the Department of Physical Education and Sports, Malavija National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, India. So let's give it up to you, Dr. Sabir Devman. Sir? Welcome, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mary and Kimpi. It's a wonderful session which I begin with. So just allow me, am I audible?
Very loud and clear, Doc.
Yeah, thank you. So let me come up with my own presentation. So is it visible on the screen? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, Professor Santos, then Professor A.N. Desai, then Kishore Mukhopadhyay, who has contacted me, and I'm blessed to be over here. And to speak a little bit of me, I completed my courses from India, that is the National Institute of Physical Education. Then I did some training aspect, worked with cricket, with BCCI. I'm a BCCI level 1 fitness trainer. Then started working with the fitness training for the individual sports, and especially from since almost last 15 years, I've been working with the para category of sports. So when we speak about the para, a lot of explanation has been given by Dr. Lina. So I think the job has been really reduced for me. So thank you. But one thing I must tell you, all the people, I don't know whether you people are working with the para players or not. If you do, you can show your thumb in the chat box. That will be wonderful. Because we speak always, we deliver always, but hardly when it comes in the real practical form, we never do. Especially the physical education is, we are expert in the theoretical model, but unless until you bring it to the field, and it's really a challenge, I'm telling. I've been gold medalist, but it doesn't make any sense. When I started working, it's really challenging. So this is what exactly I have been doing, working with the able body and so-called the, don't say it as a disabled body, we should call it as a physically challenged body. So they are differently challenged. When I say challenged, what they can, even we can't do. This I can tell you because they need, for their readiness, they need at least 1.5 hours to get ready. So these are some of the stalwart, those who have in Sundar Singh Gurjar, who got medal this year only. Avni Lekhra, who is my trainee, since she took the rifle on her hand. So we are working together, and I was the national trainer for all the team. And interestingly, why this challenged people are growing day by day, and it is in the rampart nowadays. The only issues are the urbanization, number one, the war. Number two, some incidents like lifestyle than participating in the adventure sports and all. So these are the main issues by virtue or by which is transforming people into a para category. Avni is a accidental case. Sundar Singh Gurjar is a accidental case. Even in the bottom, in the center, to whom I am pressing, he is again an accidental case. So you can understand that a little accident, which we never take the precaution of any accident, that leads to your category, that changes your category in sports. And in the sports, what exactly we have been doing is, I was with the shooting team before the Paralympics. For a couple of months, I was there. So it is not only the theoretical aspect, but we used to make them to sit, to realize, and to go for the concept. And my topic, if you have seen, the topic is nothing but the mental toughness and the psychological training. The first part of the mental toughness, I'll be delivering in a theoretical model with the practical experiences, how you can really handle the thing. And in the psychological skill training, definitely how you should do practically. So I think in that way, we'll carry forward. So Paralympics already has been described by Dr. Leena. So if we see why we really need it, if we really need it, it is a different concept. Why? Because once a player becomes what? A player becomes absolutely para category. He or she feels that, yeah, everything is lost in my life and maybe I cannot really come up. But when he or she is being brought to the play field, it is only the play field where he or she can really perceive that, yeah, there is a ray of hope for we really to be in the society. Otherwise, people really sledge. So those who are coming to the field, what we need exactly is the mental toughness. So the parents, because the parents has to give a lot of attention and the time to bring their kids to the ground or to the play field. So if they cannot really sacrifice their own pleasure time, maybe it is just impossible. So parents are responsible at the initial part of the life. So the mental toughness is nothing but all the attributes. I'll be speaking absolutely the elite sports. So the personality trait which require to challenge the stressors and pressure irrespective of prevailing circumstances. So whenever we go to the field, what every day, every time, it is a new challenge. So you can understand that every time he or she has to withstand what exactly one need. So a personality trait which determines in large part how people deal with the challenge, stressors, and the pressure, irrespective of prevailing circumstances. So mental toughness is the ability to keep competing when the odds seems to be against you. Now question arises, is it needed for the athletes? It's a very interesting. So as we know that it is only the brain which gives signals through the sympathetic drive to our motor parts, or so-called through the motor nerves, it goes to the affected organs. Then only we can move. Like the pic I have shown, through the brain only we can lift a rod or a barbell. Without that, it is just impossible. So there are some beautiful quotes which has been given by Michael Jordan, Muhammad Ali, and Bill Rushi. Obstacles don't have to stop you. If you run into a wall, don't turn around and give up. Figure it out how to climb it, go through it, and work around it. So this is fantastic. Because if you are obstacled by something, you have to figure it out how I can overcome it. That is important. So we cannot really give excuses. So those who are a para category, the parents should understand, those who are a para category, unless until you take a perfect suggestion with the talent and with the facility available in your local areas, then only the selection will be correct, and unless until otherwise it is just impossible. So Muhammad Ali says, to be a great champion, you must believe you are the best. If not, then pretending you are. So you have to feel like that I want to dream. It is a perception. I dream to be on the victory stand. If not, feel it and dream it. Then your full body, the mind and the body will move accordingly. It's not only a physical aspect, but the mental and the psychological aspect too. Bill Rushi says, concentration and mental toughness are the margin of victory. So when we understand these are the margin, so we have to work very seriously. Question is, who is mentally tough athletes then? Athletes amazingly focused. Athletes sets goal. Who sets the goal? Can an athlete set the goal at the initial stage of his or her life? Just impossible. Because they don't know what exactly are the goals. Because to be a good sportsman at the national or the international level, he or she has to develop or to see or to overcome at least few thousands of qualities with commitments and determination. So without determination and commitments, you cannot. The tension was unbearable, but she conducted superbly. There is a lots of pressure. I can give you example in the coming slide, how the pressures are being handled. Then the athlete's preparation, whether it is methodological, and the preparation should be always, if you are looking forward for some national and the international level, then the preparation should follow the periodization. Now, those who are the student of physical education, we know that we have studied periodization. Believe me, the day when you will start to draw or to prepare a periodization for a person, it is entirely different. And when you being a physical educationist, if you start working with the para category, I was having 10 members in my team, 7 boys plus 3 girls. Believe me, it was so difficult for me to handle only 10 players. Why? Because every player is having their own issues. So you have to address every issues differently. So I have to learn a lot of things with the athlete. It is a physical training. So if you give a happy mood program, if you are not happy, if the athlete is not enjoying the training program, just stop it. It's better. Athletes would never be satisfied with mediocrity. So if the athlete is not satisfied, then what is the need? Athlete has a quite confidence in herself, clocked in the humility and a desire for perfection. Always, when you will teach them, you will find that they want to go for the perfection and more perfection. So it is tough challenge, but the athlete was enjoying immensely. Though the physically challenged people always feel it is tough because they have something or the other issues, but they really enjoy. When I say they really enjoy, it means they actually enjoy when you will give a support. So assisted exercises initially gives an happy scene. The happiness will glow in their face. So if you want to see the ingredients of an excellence in sports, parents, teachers minded, you need to have, if you want to see the athlete from good to great, initially at the initial phase, you should have the talent in the player or the person. If not, then you have to think for the another game. Then work ethics, whether he or she takes it seriously or not. Then the habits. If I am having a poor health habit, I don't want to get up early in the morning before the training period. So it is just wastage of the time. Now the simulation which is being used now in the engineering. In the sports, we used to use it since 2004. It's almost 16 years back. We have to create the situation that if this situation arises, how you will handle. So this simulation, really these players are training hard and harder. That it is a mental skill or the emotional intelligence. If all the qualities you are having step by step, then you become a great like Devendra Jhanjhadia. With a single hand, he is throwing, and he has achieved 2 gold medals for the country, and this time also he achieved a bronze medal. So since 2004, he started his journey from the Athens, and till now he is continuing. And in the bottom it is Avni Lekra, and with her simulation, which I used to give for the mental toughness program. So this is the fantastic things which we have inculcated during the Tokyo Paralympic preparation camp. And if you see, or if you Google, this structure will come automatically, the mental toughness. So it is a 4C called commitment, challenge, confidence, and control. So it is a grit, then aspiration, then engagement, then self-efficacy. So when we speak about the grit, it is the emotional control and the delivery oriented. How you control yourself. So you are having a lots of fantasies in your life. If you can't control them, I want to go this thing, I would like to do this thing. So if you are not focused, if you are not controlling yourself emotionally, then the delivery oriented will be not possible. So for the aspiration, even the goal oriented and the stretching oneself, if you are doing a little amount, maybe 30% of the energy you are giving it, no, you have to stretch that level to the next higher level. Then it is learning from everything. Wherever you are getting to scope to learn, just try to learn. This is a very good concept. Even when I was teaching one blind girl. She's completely blind. I asked her, raise your arm. And I was showing it by raising on the sideways. She asked me, sir, from which side I should raise? I should raise forward, backward, sideways. Where? Then I have to tap my head that what a command, what a poor command I have given to a blind child. Then it is a confidence, interpersonal confidence, then confidence in abilities. So this two, if you can maintain these qualities, then the confidence level will go up. Then it is a control. Again, the life control and the emotional control. So this is how actually we have to have the concept of mental toughness. But when we are supposed to, these are all a complex nature. But when we wish to train them, the factor, you can see both the pictures. On the top, it is a blind runner who is permitted to have a helper, or you can say he is also called as a runner only. But the day when this athlete starts practicing, she has to change many runners in her life. I'm having one blind runner. She has changed almost 37 runners because all the runners, those who are practicing, they got something or the other job and they quit. In the bottom, you can see the mental toughness. They don't have the legs. We having all the 4 limbs. Even though we feel that we are having some mental issues, we are mentally depressed. We are under stress. So the first concept is your motivation and commitment. These are the first factor. The second is resilience, which is I'll be delivering one after another. The third one is your self-belief and optimism. Fourth one is your positive perfectionism. Then it is focus, handling pressure. Then the sports intelligence. So I'll be taking one by one. It is called motivation and commitment. As we know, motivation is a word which means to move. So there are 2 different motivation. It is an extrinsic and intrinsic motivation. But mind it, when we are dealing with the para category, What a motivation they are having. They are unable to walk properly. Maybe they are using only single hand to move. So it is the intrinsic motivation, whatever the illusion you are giving, like in extrinsic motivation. In India, if you win a medal, you get almost 4 to 6 crores of rupee from the state government. But even if there is a dream of extrinsic motivation, it will work intrinsically, means within. The day you will decide, then only your body, mind, and the spirit will come into existence, and it will work towards attaining that extrinsic motivation. So your vision, your dream should be very, very clear. So you have to discuss with all the newcomers or the athletes that what exactly is their vision and the dream. What kind of player do you want to become? You must understand. Or you just want to be simply a recreation player. So in the goal, again, it is the dream goals, maybe long range, maybe year, season, the realistic long range role for this year, then realistic short range goals like the physical, technical, tactical, psychological, behavioral, and the environmental. So when we design the goal, see to it that during the competition time, what exactly we want. So the graph should start from bottom and it should go on the top. So I don't know whether you people are aware of not, when we design a periodization, we usually focus on the physical aspect, maybe technical aspect, maybe the tactical aspect. How many of you are really designing the periodization? It is called nutritional periodization. If you don't do it, then you are actually damaging the player. The second most important is the psychological or the mental preparation or the periodization. If you are not keeping enough classes or the ways of psychological skill training, then actually at some point of time, if the nature of the game is complex, then you cannot really perform. So when we set a goal, it should be a smarter. So this is, I think everybody might have studied. It is specific, measurable, adjustable, realistic, time, exciting, and recorded. When we start being a teacher, we are absolutely working with the heart. I know, because it is an emotion. It is an ego of us that I know everything. No, sir and madam, you have to be very, very specific. So before that, everything should be recorded. When I go for any fitness program or any training session, the first 2 days for me is to take all the tests and measurements. Then I start preparing the program for every single individual. Then I start working. So if your goal setting is smarter, then definitely your results are enormous, and you need not to wait for the result. So in the individual goal setting, you have to set the goal with all these qualities. It should be positive worded. Mind it, at no phase of your life you can really focus on the negative things. Then you should identify what exactly in this period I should attain. So that is very, very important. And record the goal. There should be a logbook. Ink it, or don't just think it. You have to write down every day's improvement, being an athlete also and being a trainer or the coach also. So provide means for goal evolution and the support to the goal. So this is how the individual goal setting is there. For the team setting, if it is a team game, then establish, involve, monitor, reward, and foster. So reward should be there in the team game. If you don't have the reward system, because it is a team, somebody has done extremely well, do you think the player should be rewarded or the team should be rewarded? Because yeah, you can praise the guy, but when it comes as a reward, the team should be rewarded, because with 11 members team or maybe 22 members team, the team has owned. And the next one is your posture. Team confidence should be always booted up. Please don't disturb, don't doodle the screen. If you don't like, you can really quit. Sorry to tell you the same harsh language. Now the second one is your commitment. So what is commitment? We are interested. You can see the pics. A person without the arm, with a single arm, he's throwing the javelin and he's representing the country. And the second person on the middle is doing high jump, having a single leg. See the difference between the two legs. And the third person is not having the legs, only sitting on the hip and maintaining the position and throwing the javelin. So when you are interested to doing something, you do it only when it's convenient. When you are committed to do something, you accept no excuse, only the result. So you have to be committed. If I want to produce a person or an athlete, my commitment was to reach the venue in time, before time, so that I can really plan the things, design the things, and I am clear. Now, if it is not, then what will happen during the match day plan? You cannot, match day or maybe in the practice day, you cannot really be in a commitment mode. So commitment should be absolutely there. So with this motivation and the commitment, you can move forward. The second quality of the mental toughness is resilience. Resilience is nothing but to bounce back from the failure. There are lots of chances that during the adversity, your positive adaptation to the adversity may be there, or maybe you cannot really cope up with the pressure. If some strong team, with some strong team or strong opponent, if you are participating, it may so happen that you are unable to really perform better. So why it happens? It may be due to the slump. The slump is nothing but the saturation or maybe the small deterioration of your performance. So you have to act very, very independently on that. So these are the few principles. I will not go in detail, but the slump is very, very important. It is an unexplained drop in the performance that extends beyond the normal. So the possible causes are physical, technical, equipment, psychological. See, we always focus on the physical aspect. It can be the technical aspect also. Maybe the equipment is not correct. The precisionness is missing. The balance is not there. So the slump may come. And the foremost important thing a normal player cannot judge, it is the psychological concept. So in slump prevention, you have to listen your own body. Train hard, but rest also hard. Reduce the quality and the quantity of training. Break a training is possible. Then the sound technique. Now, the technology, the sports engineering concept has to be brought into our training program. If you don't take the video, how he or she will understand that whatever he or she is performing, whether it is up to the mark or not? Am I being a coach or a trainer? I'm asking her that you do this way. But if she cannot visualize her problems or the lack of technique, she cannot. So anyway, there are lots of examples. The next point is the self-belief of optimism. So self-belief, the self-confidence elicits positive emotions, improves concentration, affects the setting and pursuit of the challenging goals, increase effort and persistence, affect game strategies, and affect psychological momentum. So you can understand, unless and until you are having the self-belief on yourself, and optimism is, and futuristically also, we should be having that attitude, mental attitude. So the best motivation for the sports are personal pride. When I say personal pride, pride is for personal responsibility in developing, delivering excellence. So sportsman has no any other choice except the excellence. So he or she wish to have the pride. So in optimism, it is a mental attitude. So we have to teach them the mental attitude. Always you have to be hopeful and with the confidence that yes, I will succeed in this. If not, then pretend it that you are in a positive mode. Why? If not, then what will happen? The body and mind will not, the coordination will break. So it is a positive perfectionism. When I say positive perfectionism, no one in this earth is perfect. And once you are striving for perfectionism, you will reach to certain excellence. And that is, again, you can set another mile or another level for more technically high standard. So when we start, if you are positive or if you are negative, if you are in negative, let us start from the bottom, start from the top only on your right hand side. Today I am not feeling confident. Every day is not the same day. Start getting negative about all sorts of things. If you think I am not confident, why? It may be a lot of issues. Maybe your daily routines, the washroom and going to the washroom, or you just got up late, which may lead to your lose of confidence. Then you start doubting on your own ability. I experience loss of control. Then I'm feeling less confident. Now again you are thinking that I'm getting into less confident. I feel tensed and I become tight while performing. So when the negative thoughts comes, what will happen if this thing does happen? What will happen if other things will happen? If the coach speaks something, how I'll just reply. So this all makes your mind all confused, what to decide and what to do. But if you are in a positive mind of set, then you start from bottom. I'm feeling confident. I have a positive attitude. I'm not afraid. I can achieve it. I'm experiencing higher confidence. Then I feel I am in control. I am relaxed. The moment you are relaxed, it means you are happy with every moment of your performance. And then definitely you will perform much superior and better. Then the mental momentum will come. What is that mental momentum? It is not playing well. If I am not well also, say when a coach says you give 60% of your maximum, but mind it, when we are teaching, 60% is 100% of the 60%. That's why I highlighted it. It is as 100% of the 60% of your best you should give. That should be absolutely solution focused. So then only the mental momentum will start. It is an interesting thing. I will score 60% and I scored 60 dot. You'll enjoy because you have achieved 100%. The goal has to be set very, very clear. And solution focused approach should be there. Always. The athlete should not create a problem. If he comes up with a problem, being a teacher, being a coach or a trainer, he should resolve it then and there itself. Or else, when he has created a issue for you, just ask him what can be the possible ways of the solution. Then he himself or herself will tell something. So build a small success. Enjoy the small success. Maybe today you have attained only 1% of the error. But you should praise then and there to the athlete that yes, with this 1%, you have gained this much level. So this is how the mental momentum will go. Never failure, only feedback. There should not be any failure. In sports, there is no failure. It is the next chance, next opportunity to really do miracle. Then it is focused. You can understand that when you are going for a shooting or archery, it is absolutely a focus base, means paying attention to the right things at the right time. So when you are having some certain clues that is really obstructing, which we have to negate it out, and we have to concentrate absolutely on what is required. So in concentration, paying 100% of attention to anything, a human being can maintain the concentration for 45 seconds to 1 minute. You can understand this is a thumb rule. And this golden girl, Avni Lekha, she used to do concentration before the practice as well as before the competition. So there are certain means and ways how to do all those concentration. There is a technique, maybe I'll be handling next. So the last one is your handling pressure next. So handling pressure, physical issues can come, maybe due to the poor training or maybe the extra training or the heavy training, your body is not responding. So automatically at the same time, the mental level will also go down. So in the adversity and the pressure, how you manage it, that is the beauty of handling the pressure, also called the intelligent player. So anxiety and emotion cannot be recorded or cannot be immediately calculated or tested on field. So you have to teach them in the regular period of training so that the cognitive and the somatic anxiety can be manipulated by relaxation method. If it is the arousal is too high, what will happen? Your body mind will start malfunction. So we have to relax our body to be happy and to always be cheerful. So you can see the coping or coping up with the anxiety, you have to be relaxed and slow the things down. Focus your present here and now. Task awareness, focus on what to do now. Manage it. Don't try to eliminate it at all. If there is any issue is coming up into your mind, I will tell you in the practical concept how to really minimize it. I can survive this delivery, this over. So post-evaluation and the reinforcement should be very, very clear. I am going a little fast. The next one is your sports intelligence. So if a in sports, if an intelligence is there, when the child grows, he feels that it is 80 to 90% is physical preparation and maybe the 10% of your mental preparation. But when he grows, it is just reverse. It is almost 30% physical and 70% is mental. Because if the Leander Paes is playing with Mahesh Bopanna, so you can understand that who will win. Those who are having sports intelligence, he or she will win. So this is the smart athlete. He should know when to exploit the opportunities. Self-coach ability. If I am unable to manage this particular shot, maybe in TT, what I should do? In shooting, we say just go for cancelling the shot. If you feel that, yeah, I cannot really aim it properly, then cancel the shot. So, and bala. So self-awareness and playing smart habits. This is the most important thing. If this particular situation arises, how I will behave and in which way, that is important. So the next part is your psychological skill training. As already I have committed that I'll do some practical aspect. So when we say the psychological skill training, if I'm not wrong, I believe that in India, especially in sports psychology, those who are studying sports psychology, even they don't go for the practical things. So I have to take lots of help from my friends and through the books and videos to just develop my own concept. So it is a systematic and the consistent practice of mental or the psychological skill for enhancing sports performance, increasing enjoyment, or achieving self-satisfaction while playing. How it is possible? So when the performance is there, performance is equal to the skill, that is a physical skill or the mental skill into motivation. So if you have the physical skill as well as the mental skill with the motivation, then your performance will always grow. So this is the national stadium of our shooting in India, which is called SSR or Karni Singh shooting range where all the international competitions are taking place. There, the classes for the psychological skill training I used to conduct. So, is it really needed? So, it is needed for the mental toughness, and those who are having mentally tough only they can manage it. So, the psychological skill addresses our imagery, it is goal setting, it is self-talk, maybe physical relaxation technique, maybe attention, motivation, volition, arousal regulation, perceptual, cognitive functions, and motor control. So it can be n number of qualities. Even the research still couldn't conclude anything that what all psychological skills to be addressed. Now, if there is a complex skill, for example, diving, gymnastics, shooting, archery, where the movements are very minimum, but perfection should be 100, not only 100, more than any percentage. So there you have to be absolutely controllable. So how to do with this mental imagery? What we use all the 5 senses of our body, enhance the psychological skill and enhance the sports skill. So the sports skill will go automatically and it will be a reactive action. Like if I lift it up, I know that I have to shoot into the bullseye. So it becomes a regular practice. If the situation is like this, it will happen. So automatically the muscles are trained, the body organs are trained, and it happens automatically. And the result is very evident. So with me, maybe if the what's called, if our organizers permit me, so I'll take maybe 5 to 10 minutes of mental skill training technique. So audience or the participants, if you can hear me, it is almost 171 participants. Please close your eyes. Wherever position and whatever the position you have taken, please close your eyes. Whatever I shall be speaking to you, just do it without opening your eyes. Now focus, as I told you to focus on your breathing process. Mentally, you just try to focus only on your mental aspect of your breathing technique. That is, you are inhaling. With the inhalation, your stomach is inflating with the air, the lung, the stomach, and with the exhalation, you are exhaling out. Just follow it absolutely very coolly. Don't take any deep breath or change the movement pattern. The breathing pattern should not be changed. Just your attention should be on the breathing process. From the deep of your heart and mind, speak to yourself, I am absolutely relaxed and I am in a state of control. And I'm going to learn a new technique called psychological skill training technique. It's absolutely a practical concept. If you do it, you'll come up with a beautiful result, which you can really share in the chat box. If you have any question also, you can write in the chat box after this training. Now, imagine that we are having a mission of relaxation. How to relax ourselves. So just simply you focus on your forehead, focus on your right eyebrow, the left eyebrow, your right eye, your left eye, just see that as if you are standing in front of the mirror. The chin and the complete face. Give a sensation or a feeling to yourself. Feel that your head, or so-called the upper story of your body, is getting cool, calm, and heavy. Feel that the heaviness comes to your mind and you are attached with me. That is called yoga in Indian system. You have united with myself. Now concentrate on your right shoulder, the complete right arm. Give a sensation that you are trying to lift your arm or to move your right arm, which you cannot. Then concentrate on your left arm. It is getting heavier and you are unable to move it. Now focus on your upper body, the chest, your abdomen, your back, the full upper body from the waist and above is getting heavier and heavier. It is absolutely soothing and relaxing. You are concentrating and doing what exactly I am dictating. Now feel the pressure. If you are sitting, the hip touching on the chair or maybe on the bed, wherever you are. Feel the right thigh is relaxed, the left thigh is relaxed, and give a big impulse or speak to yourself. Both the legs are relaxed and it is so heavy, similar to your upper body, and it is relaxed and relaxed. It's a wonderful feeling which you never had experienced. You are speaking to yourself that I am relaxed and it is happening. Just try to smile on your face. Yeah, it is happening. Believe on yourself. It has happened. Have faith and believe that it is happening. Till I give a next command. If there is any noise outside your room or within the room, just focus on that particular sound till I give the next command. If any thoughts are coming into your mind, let it to come. Please don't analyze. Don't think of the incoming thoughts. Do not process it. You will be 100% with the feeling and imagine that the image which you have seen, it is like a still body sitting in front of the sunset, and it's really cool, calm, and relaxed. Give a sensation of coldness in the whole body. Feel that the room is so chilled and chilled, and you are in a state of relaxation. So this is how we should go now. Rub your palms together, rub your both the palms with the high frequency and just keep it on your face, and slowly you can open your eyes and can take the position as you were. Now see the health condition. If you have any doubt, if the organizer permits, it is well and good. If not, you can write in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself, or just raise your hand so that you can ask a question. So I must thank the International Physical Education Association and Sports, and thanks for understanding. I don't know whether I have written correct or not in the slide. It is a Thai language, and pranam in Indian concept. And this is a small thing, Avni Lekha, who got the highest civilian award also. Then in center, it is what is called Ajay Jadeja, with whom I used to play. I was a trainer for the cricket team. And this is also the biomechanic coach of Neeraj Chopra. This year, he produced 1 gold medal with working with Neeraj, and I tried my level best to produce medal for our para category. I'm blessed. Thank you, everyone. If you have anything, please revert back to the stage and how the feeling is. This is how we should teach the skill also. Once your body, mind is under your own control, if you teach the cells, it is like the small guys go for chanting the holy book without knowing the pages even. So this is how the subconscious mind has to be aroused so that we can really retain all the skill, technique, tactics, strategy, mental toughness, everything should be stored in the subconscious mind. As and when it is required, we can really reproduce and can bring laurels for the country. And thank you. And I wish if I would have been in Thailand to share my experience, and definitely I haven't visited. So since 2002, I have been traveling abroad, but definitely this time, I promise I will come to Thailand. Thank you. Thank you, organizers. Please. Professor Mary.
And there you go. Thank you very much to our second resource for this afternoon. Thank you for that very interactive and practical activity that we had. I just felt my feet very, very well. My upper extremities and lower extremities are all on cue right. And once again, that is Dr. Subir Sebna. Thank you very much for that very about, and indeed a mentally provoking one. And as we say in our language, once again, with heart and with passion, maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, Dr. Subir Devnat. And to extend our appreciation to our expert speaker, once again, let's call in our Assistant Secretary of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, none other than Dr. Gina Tugade Astillero. Doc?
All right, so thank you, Sir Kimpi. Right, so International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India, awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Subir Devnath for his invaluable or precious time and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Development of Parasports Health and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children in Global Scenario, given this 20th day of March 2022 via Zoom platform. Signed by National Secretary Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, our Vice President of IAPS Incorporated, Dr. TJT Panganiban, and of course, our very own Chairman of the IAPS Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Doc Devnath, please accept the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you so much, and I'm blessed. It's wonderful. I accept very gladly with bowing my head down. Thank you.
And once again, thank you very much, Dr. Gina, and to our dear speaker, Dr. Subir Devnath. And to cut a little moment to continue before we continue our engagement with our third resource speaker, allow us to welcome and hear a very delightful and very informative and meaningful message coming from the principal of Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education, Tirunubanantapuram, none other than Dr. G. Kishore. Dr. Kishore.
Good morning. Can I start or I should wait?
You may proceed now, Doc.
Please start.
Okay, thank you so much. At the very outset, I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation to the international conference, this conference which being hosted by International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, that is based in Thailand, with the Physical Education Foundation of India, which is doing quite an excellent job now for the promotion of physical education in the country. And we are very happy to associate along with the National Netaji Subhash Open University of West Bengal, India. So we have very good rapport with all these organizations, with the PEFI, with our National Netaji Subhash Open University, where Professor Dr. Kishore and others are functioning. And also, we have been associated with this movement of for supporting the Paralympics and Special Olympics from the time of inception, ever since around 4 decades. So it's a matter of great pleasure that we could associate with this venture, especially at a moment when we had just the Tokyo Olympics concluded, and India has made a landmark achievement in both the Olympics as well as for the Paralympics, where our team has got a landmark achievement. And already the speaker, Professor Dr. Sudhir Devnath, has gone deep into it. And now I would like to present my paper on para sports for special children. And this will be especially a reference to the physical education and competitive sports. On the present trend prevailing, what are going on, and how best the physical education colleges, the sports institutes, and the fraternity in the country can contribute and to make for the cause of the upliftment of our brothers and sisters who are otherwise challenged and who are in this sector. So this is what I would like to start with on our achievement of which we did in the para sports in the recent past, some glimpses. There is some technical, just kindly bear with me for a moment. So these are some of the glimpses of the performance done by our athletes in the recent past. I salute all the performers which made our country proud, and it is something which has revealed to the world that the Paralympians of ours, our special athletes, are not second to none, and they can also do quite a bit excellently well at par with the other rest of the world. And also you could see the the vision of the
Sir,
government.
your skin is fixed. Your skin is fixed in the first slide.
Yes. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, Dr. Kishore. Go ahead. Po.
So this, I just wanted to replicate certain proud moments of our athletes who took part and made. I would like to, make since it's hosted from our performance by Avani, Lekra, and Sumit, until Manish Nawal, Pramod Bhagat, Krishna Nagar, were all watched by the world and appreciated, and also the other 29 excellently performed. So I think this is not the beginning. This is just to show that India can even do better in the times to come. So we what we would like to mention that this doesn't mean that we put pressure on the athletes, but expects that they give their best. And our villages and remote areas are full of talent, and the contingent of para athletes. The contingent of para athlete is living example to that. We have got a lot, that India is the second largest population and the largest youth population. We have got a lot of talents in this sector, the Paralympics as well as Special Olympics. So we are now, what we are try to do is to give access to these remote areas, which are full of talents, and promote them to come into the mainstream of Olympic sports. And we have got an exclusive center devoted towards to the performance that is based at Gandhinagar, and it has established under National Center of Excellence scheme, meant for the promotion of persons with disabilities under the vertical scheme of Hello India. We also provide financial assistance and support to district and state level games to the concerned national federations, Special Olympic Bharat, All India Council, Sports Council of Deaf, and Paralympic Committee of India. The talent search and development vertical of Hello India scheme, there are 29 athletes have been identified in 4 para sports disciplines and are being provided with out-of-pocket allowance of 10,000 per month. The nodal body has also been established a Paralympic center at Gandhinagar Center, and the selected athletes are provided with support by sports kit, training by expert coaches, equipment, boarding, lodging, competition exposure, everything, and they're totally taken care and looked after by us. So I think these are befitting gestures to see that the governments, the Ministry of Sports and Sports Authority of India are doing their best. And you would be aware that our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, he interacted with the Indian para athletic contingent who have returned from the Paralympic, and he has heard at length on all their needs, and he's well aware of, and government is trying to do their best to promote this discipline. So the para sports and its impact is quite known to the government, known to the bodies, and known to the societies. And it is the sports offered as a part of Paralympic movement and better social status, improved social security, better educational opportunities, easier access to employment, and much more. the speaker ahead of me, Dr. Sudhir Demnath, has explained in depth about this. I need not to reiterate or explain it further. The Paralympics display a great determination and courage to overcome the mental and physical obstacles. They also raise awareness of mental and physical disabilities in hope of creating better life to those with disabilities. So this is the medal tally of the Indian contingent. We are aware of now we have made a leap by getting the rank of 24th with an ever-time best performance of 5 gold, 8 silver, and 6 bronze, having a total of 19 medals. And though the first 3, if you compare, we are much below. Our endeavor is to raise our standards in the years to come, and the workshops and seminars like international like this will definitely pave the way for further developing this discipline. So what is the importance of physical education for special needs of the children? We can just categorize into 3. One is the enhanced academic performance and cognitive function, providing opportunities to build collaborative and social skills to teaching individuals, and also focus on how to achieve the goals and overcome the obstacles. Teachers and parents encourage the children to ensure that all the students with special needs can be successful in physical education sports. And if you take it into a pyramidal structure, the 3 benefits of PE students with special needs can be the one, behavior improvement in attention, relationship, and academics, mental improvement in confidence and well-being, and the physical improvements. So all these 3 are structured in such a way that, first of all, you will get the behavioral improvements in all contexts, which includes attention, relationship, which are very fundamental, and also the basic academics. That results into self-automized mental improvements and confidence and well-being, and later into the physical improvements. So this is the way which the 3 benefits can be categorized. So we have, having said that, we had been doing at SAI LNCP a lot for the promotion of the Special Olympics and Paralympics. We could make a venture in our place during the year 2018, 11 to 14 January, with the help of the Special Olympics Committee of India. You could see some of the visuals on how the inaugural ceremony was done with the help of state government. And this was the collection of the largest unified march, which was held on 12/1/2008, our campus, where more than 15,000 differently abled Special Olympic athletes participated. We made them to stay in nearby places. They all assembled at our place, and we had a Special Olympics done, which became a landmark. And this got a lot of public attention. There were many invitees from from all segments who come and visited and appreciated and encouraged the participants. And it was quite overwhelming. And also, we could get the Guinness World Record for the largest human image of Santa Hat on 11/1/2018, and 2 Asian Book records for the largest unified march was broken. And the largest gathering of differently able participants was made at our campus. So what are the message which we have given for the theme of Special Olympics? That you are not alone, the world is with you. So this is the some of the pictorial depiction of the gathering which we had. And you could see that Santa Hat formed. Even after the Santa Hat, you could see that outer layer, the entire the athletes, our Special Olympic athletes gathered. So coming back to the main theme of the presentation, the United Nations, the sports and Paralympic Games, they are quite a lot contributing towards this endeavor. And you could see that the goals of the United Nations and Paralympic Games share the same ideals to serve the humanity. The UN strives for the peaceful settlement of disputes, social progress, and better standards of life and harmonious relations among peoples and nations, while the goal of Paralympics is to place sport at the service of humanity by harnessing its great potential to contribute to the global struggle of peace, prosperity, and preservation of human dignity. So there is a lot of things in together with the endeavors of the United Nations, and that is why one of the reasons why it is also stressing a lot in serving the humanity and harnessing. So this can be achieved. They have the United Nations have definitely has come to know that the sports, physical education, and sports is the best via media to contribute to this cause. And more than 130 nations participate in the Paralympic Games, which is the second largest event and one of the most prestigious sporting event in the world. Persons with disabilities have the right to participate in sporting and recreational activities at all levels, organizing and participating in sports, receiving the necessary instruction, training and resources, and accessing sporting recreational and leisure avenues. So in addition, the children and youth with disabilities have the right to play and right to equal access in sporting, recreational, and leisure activities, including those with educational systems. What can what is the conclusion? What can this sports do for the benefit of our brothers and sisters in this sector? So the UNESCO, the World Health Organization, and WHO and the International Labour Organization ILO have focused on the value of sports. UNESCO has affirmed that the right of persons with disabilities to participate in physical education and sports. WHO has to promote healthy lifestyle and benefits of regular physical activities for decades. This has been paraphrased by both these organizations. And the contributions can be, we can again subdivided into these 4 areas of health, social development, personal growth, and economic growth. So this is what we can contribute to our athletes, both para athletes and special athletes. So what can sports do? Sports can promote accessibility, provide economic opportunities, and generate employment. International sporting event can raise awareness regarding the accessibility of infrastructure, including transportation, communication systems, and built environment and public space. Sports can play a role in achieving the Millennium Development Goals by contributing to education, health, development and peace in these developing countries. Furthermore, as it is a universal language, it can bridge the social divides often and experienced by the persons with disabilities. So these are the glimpses of pictures which we have taken in our own place at Sai LNCP Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. For those who are in Thailand, you could see, this is something, this is a beautiful place, just like Thailand, in the coastal area. And this is how the children were taken care. The energy and the talent of the pandemic athletes demonstrate that the human spirit knows no boundaries. The United Nations continues to strive for the realization of universal human rights of persons with disabilities and all aspects of social development. The conventions on the right of persons with disabilities empowers those who are ready to break through any boundaries of our society. So it is the conclusion, the slogan of Special Olympic Athlete is that let me win. But if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. So it is the participation that matters. And if you could see that in our place, when the 15,000 athletes who participated, all of them were given certificates and medals to just to encourage them and motivate them. So why do the physical education colleges and schools should promote children with special needs? This also WHO says that disabilities is an umbrella term covering the impairments, activities, limitations, and participation and restrictions. An impairment problem in body function or structure and activity limitation is a difficulty encountered by an individual in executing a task or action. While participation restriction is a problem experienced by an individual in involvement in life situations, disability is thus not just a health problem. It is a complex phenomenon reflecting the interaction between features of a person's body and the features of society in which he or she lives. So it is not merely cannot be confined to a disability as an individual issue or an issue of a family, or it is rather an issue of the society or the issue of a larger extent the issue of the nation or the world. So that is how the agencies like WHO, UNESCO, and all are getting deeply involved into it. And here, the physical education colleges and sports academies, sports institution has got a larger role to play. And it is therefore the duty of all schools and colleges to provide them with such opportunities that they develop their learning. Also, all the schools and colleges must support and promote the children with special needs. Now, we are aware that statutory provisions are there that our brothers and sisters of this category should be looked after, and that need to be implemented in toto. And the physical education colleges, the sports institutions have got a larger role to play, and only these teacher training institute provides a leading role. All the schools and colleges can also participate in this movement. So the organization, why the organizations promoting adapted physical education and sports like Special Olympics Bharat, Special Olympics and Paralympics, and Deaflympics should grow, encouraging participation in physical education sports by the children with special need, the role of family. So it is very important. What does the family do? Though it is very clear, but we need to further disseminate this role of family into every segment of the society, because it's very crucial point for promoting sports activities in specially able children. Parents should observe certain different abilities of the child and take professional help to enable them to excel in the area. Many of the times in the rural areas, this is not aware of, that they have got the children of this category has got different, lot of skills, and also they can excel in various sports. So we need to educate the parents, and we need to highlight the family's role in this regard. And role of schools and colleges. Here, a teacher or a coach helps the child to transit towards competitive sports under different organizations such as Special Olympics, Paralympics, and the schools, colleges should take care about the infrastructure and also conduct carnivals programs for the children with special care. So you could see that, here the rules and the role of schools and colleges is that of a transit. That child, first of all, to get out of derive confidence, and from the confidence to excel. So this transit is to be made possible. It should be done through the schools and colleges. So they have a key role to play. And the role of organizations. There are few organizations working in the grassroots level to promote adapted sports. These organizations are responsible for training teachers, coaches, and teaching coaching, and other organizing sports events at zonal, district, state, national, and international level. So the organizations like the various bodies like Special Olympics Bharat, Special Olympics, Paralympics, and all these organizations should do a very active role, so that we could find out this give avenues to the category of children to take part in various competitions, starting from the zonal level. From the zonal level, then from there to district to state and national, and that is becoming more systematized. So that is the reason why in India you could see that there is a sea change and a lot of development in the performance levels from the Olympics onwards. So it helps the inclusion and needs of implication. It helps to first of all to build self-esteem, to improve social and communication skills, enhance sensitivity, better understanding and appreciation of others, creates a sense of belonging, and enhance academic performance. So it all if you take from bottom to top, this is all comes in a sequential manner. First of all, you build self-esteem, better self-esteem in him. Then you develop his communication skills, and you enhance his sensitivity on various perceptions, cognitive learning, better understanding and appreciation of others. That build better cohesion, social cohesion, and create sense of belongingness. Very important for this type of. You need to say that he is a integral part of the society. That belongingness should come into him, and then inter alia, this all will result into enhanced academic performance. So in conclusion, I could say is that keeping in view the fact that the children with special needs form one of the largest groups that are still outside the fold of the general education system, inclusive education provides them with an opportunity to enter the formal education. This makes it necessary for the school college to employ various professionals such as trained teachers, counselors, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, etc. for these specially able children. These professionals help and support children in achieving their full potential physically as well as academically, improve their motor skills, enhance their communication skill, and promote their mental as well as physical health in schools and colleges. Hence, as per the instructions from WHO and national and international organization, all PE schools, physical education colleges, schools should promote specially able children and participate in sports and physical activity. This would be a befitting gesture for their welfare, which they deserve, and which would be something which will be gone for the mankind and humanity. My disability, so in conclusion, does not, it is, hinder my ability to be considered as equal. They have equal rights. They are equal. They are sometimes to be even better also. So in that case, it is our duty. It is a duty of each and every citizen, especially the fraternity from the physical education and sports, to contribute in this venture. So I have a small video also to be presented to you in conclusion of how we did it, and a small short video which I'd like to present to you. This was the collection of the athletes and aerial view of the the Special Olympic athletes which has participated and formed a Santa hat with an outer ring. You can see that staggered movements are also there. So this all comes to around more than 15,000 of the children from all over Kerala and some from outside Kerala also. So thank you so much, and I once again place on record my sincere appreciation for this taking up this topic, which is quite relevant and one of the most pertinent one, keeping in mind both on three important aspects. One is about on account of the pandemic, because this the requirement of this category of our children need to be looked into. Secondly, the performance in Olympics as far as India is concerned, when we are made a leap in this performance, and in our we got the ever best performance in Paralympics. And also, if you look into the present crisis which is happening worldwide, it is imperative that we put all of us join hands, put our best, and contribute in this direction. And it is quite befitting that a large collection of the best of experts in the country and abroad have joined hands in this direction. Once again, congratulations, and especially Thailand, hosted from Thailand. I would like to mention that I had been to Thailand for an international conference, and I had the privilege of meeting the then Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, Pon Dabransi, and also the Ambassador of India to Thailand, who after that could confer me with an award way back in just highlight. So this is the picture of winner of Asian Pacific International Award, which was held in Thailand in the year 2013. You can see this is the Pon Dabransi, the Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand. The ambassador of Indian ambassador to Thailand is the next one, and the former ambassador present. The function was held at Bangkok, and I was present there on this occasion. And I could visit the entire Thailand, including some of the tourist destinations that time. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and all the very best.
Thank you so much, Dr. G. Kishore, for that very remarkable and informative discussion that you have given. We have get a glimpse of how Sports Authority of India, Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education have done in regards with the Special Olympics. Thank you so much, Dr. G. Kishore, for that wonderful discussion, and I'm hoping that in the near future we could still have a lot of partnership, mostly focusing on Special Olympics. Sir. Thank you so much for this opportunity that you have given to us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So to continue our program, let me call again Professor Mary Jane F. Pernites to introduce our third resource speaker. Pam?
All right, so Dr. Jewel, thank you so much for that. And now let us move on to our third speaker. She is the head and associate professor of the Department of Commerce and Management and director of a Skill Development Center, University of Kota, India. She's also the Dean of Faculty Honorary, Hospitality and Tourism, and Aerospace and Aviation, Rajasthan ILD Skills, Government State University of Jaipur. I am pertaining to this very gorgeous and iconic Dr. Anukrati Sharma. Doc?
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mary. Thanks a lot. At the outset, I would like to say Sawadi to all the Highland persons in their language. A very good afternoon and namaskar. I would like to say congratulations, as well as I would like to say thanks to the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Corporation, Physical Education Foundation of India, Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education, India, and Netaji Subhash Open University, West Bengal, India, for selecting such a wonderful topic of this international conference. It is actually a very big platform which you people have given to many of us. And the conference topic is so apt, I must say, because today you must be aware, it is the International Happiness Day today. And you people, of course, including me, it is a honor for me actually, because I'm not a sports person, I'm not from the background of sports, but still you have involved me in this conference. That is absolute a pleasure for me. And because the topic is such a, it is not only a practical thing which we require to discuss here, but it is also a heart-touching topic, which is actually very much needed for the children, for the youngsters who are differently able. So I want to congratulate from the core of my heart to the organizers, first of all, for selecting such a wonderful topic of this international conference on the development of para sports, health, and corrective physical education for special children in global scenario. And as I have from the morning, I'm listening to everyone, and I must have to say that all the speakers are really wonderful. And like Professor G. Kishore said, after his deliberation, actually nothing left to speak out now from my side, because he have already thoroughly told each and everything related with para sports. And even I want to appreciate the presentation of Professor Sabir Debrat, if I'm not taking a wrong name. He has also given a very wonderful presentation. And the topic which is given to me is related with the philosophy of sports para. So with the due permission of everyone, I would like to present my PPTs. And of course, I want to tell one more thing, that because whenever we are talking about the para sports especially, philosophy and psychology, they both work very, very positively when we talk about para sports, because without the blend and without a perfect combination of the values and the belief system, and without the perfect mind balance, we cannot go with a win-win situation in para sports, at least. And as I've already told you that I'm not a person from sports, let me give my introduction a little bit about myself. I want to tell everyone. I think my slides are visible. Yep. So
Yes,
currently, yeah, thank you. Currently, I'm heading the Department of Commerce and Management, as well as I'm Dean of two faculties, that is Hospitality and Tourism and Aerospace and Aviation. And I'm the director also of the Skill Development Center of my university. This is a government state university. And I have a few authored books related with events and event management and marketing. Then because my research area is tourism, so these are a few book collections on tourism that is related with the event tourisms in the country, sustainable tourism development. And I have a few books again at the CABI International Publication House. Then I'm a featured author under Routledge. And I have a few books under Emerald Publication House, and in fact, I have 2 handbooks also under Emerald Publication House. And from this platform, because here we are for the discussions, and research and education and curriculum designing are the most important parts of any researcher or any person, whether they are in sports, management, marketing, commerce, in any field. But research is something which is a backbone of every faculty for every area. So that's why from this platform also, because many of you are listening to me right now, I'll be going to launch my own book series soon under Emerald, and so many eminent speakers are here with me. So I would like to request that if you have any book proposals which you would like to get published under Emerald, please do send it to me, related with sports tourism, sports events, sports management. This is my request from this podium. I have few books under Springer as well, and there are few books which are ongoing under Nova Publication House, again Springer and Apple Academy Press, etc. So without taking much of your time, as the topic which is given to me by Professor Kishore Mukhopadhyay sir is the philosophy of para sports. So first of all, we need to understand what is philosophy. Actually, philosophy is something which which we can say motivate us to develop our the problem solving situations, the critical thinking which we can enhance, and whatever good in us, whatever good in an individual, it try to bring it out. And that is the exact goal of para sports as far as I think. So philosophy is basically a study to understand the existence of one person and to bring out the most beautiful thing from that individual person. That is, in my words, this is called a simple philosophy. Then when we are talking about philosophy in physical education, that is again, philosophy, your beliefs and thoughts about what is true about yourself and how you can shape, teaching through teaching the values and about the clarity of that particular area. That is why, I can say philosophy is very important in the physical education. As I have seen in the previous presentation also about the golden girl, Avni Lekra. And of course, she has proved her capability because, and as sir also told in the presentation, that before her practices also, she used to focus, she used to meditate. So that's why it is important for us to bring out that hidden quality which is actually inside all of us. One more thing I want to tell, that at times we have heard about an example of a glass, that if I'm showing you a glass which is half filled, so it is, and if a person is saying it is half filled, then that person is a positive mindset person. If a person is saying it is half empty, then person is a negative mindset, because it is an old school now. The latest thing is this, that if you are holding a glass which is half filled with the water, the practical thing is that it is half empty also. And what we need to train our youths is the practical aspect, not only the theoretical things. This is where we are lacking. In India, we have immense opportunities for para sports, and the sports persons and the associations, they are proving it also day by day. Of course, we do have some medals and everything, but still the things are very, very terrible, and we need to work from the grassroots. From the school education only, we need to work upon this particular area in which we are actually lacking. This is what exactly my submission here, that to bring out the beauty of a person, especially when the person is differently abled, we need to prove lots of efforts. We need to, provide lots of things, lots of infrastructure facilities, lots of training, lots of motivational things, which are lacking in school education as well as in India. In fact, many of the universities, it is not a very, I'm not feeling very glad and happy to say from this platform, but still in the universities, I'm not talking about the sport associations, the sport universities, sports colleges, but the normal universities, like my university is a government universities, and still we do have a sports department, and they do have the facilities. But for the other, in the other buildings, for the other, like if a student wants to go and attend a seminar, they don't have those facilities which actually they require. They cannot go by a wheelchair or something like that. So these sort of small infrastructure facilities must be focused, because just talking and motivating will also not work until unless we will not provide those facilities which are needed to the para sports persons or to a person who is individually or differently abled, Then, because IPC also set the 4 values of, philosophical values, that is courage, determination, inspiration, and equality. And this is very true. Before me, all the speakers, they all talked about it, that whenever we are talking about the physiological values, philosophical values, we have to make the candidate feel very courageous, very determined. We need to inspire those persons from stories of other successful para sports persons, and we need to generate that equality feeling, in the mind of a general, or in a able person and in a differently abled person. Here also we are lacking somehow. So this is also need to be focused upon. Then equality is a mantra for para sport, because in my views, because even if we will talk about the Paralympic, this word is besides or along with the Olympics, the Paralympics, it's itself prove the things that whenever we are talking about para sports, this is all about giving the equality, and this is what we need to generate in the mindset of the sports persons. And the logo, of course, you have that beautiful things in Paralympics, which I have also noticed during making this presentation. Each and everything, like from the name, from the logo, everywhere they talk about their philosophy and the value. That yes,
Madam?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, but your presentation is not moving, madam.
Is it so? Oh my God. Just a minute. Give me a second. Now it is working?
Yes, madam.
I'm so sorry for this miss. I was really not aware, because from my side, the slides are moving. So anyways, I'm not going to repeat all the things because it will be very time taking, but I'm just moving my slides now. And I'm so sorry for this inconvenience. So just give me a second. Yeah. So I was just discussing about the logo. The logo of Paralympics, even it shows the wonderful thing, and it means that I move. So that's why I think that the persons who are differently abled, they have lots of positive attitude, which we need to push. Actually, being teachers, we need to provide that courage to the students, to the individual person, even if they are not our students. And for that, I have prepared a particular slide, which includes a few steps like explore, engage, extend, prepare, and perform. And why I have shown this, that this is the road ahead. If you are watching someone, a person who is differently abled, if you're watching a kid or a child or a young person who is differently abled, we need to explore that skill into that person, and whether this person can be transformed as a para sports person or not. So this is what I mean by explore. Engage, if you feel that the person have that spark and he or she wants to engage themselves in any sports activities, we need to engage them, engage in few in the little activities, like maybe some competition or maybe some recreational or joyful activities in which they can show their capabilities anyhow. So we will be able to get the skills, and then and a level also, that on which extents we can take them as a para sports person. And then extending, we can say we have to extend the training, the small training, and the regular engagement with them somehow in a normal way, and then prepare them on the ground, give them the rigorous training, and then finally make them a final performer in the sports area. So this is a small PPT which I have prepared, that for finding out a person, to finding out that spark and that skill, that the candidate can be turned as a para sports person or not, we have to explore, engage, extend, prepare, and then finally we have to make that person perform at some sports activities. And the basic philosophy in para sports is ability, not a disability. Mind, body, and spirit, you have to make a very perfect blend of all these things. And athletes, they are not patients. And of course, integration, we have to give the equal opportunities at work or for recreation and everything. So this is something. And as I told you that I'm a person from tourism area, And I want to tell you one more thing here, because it is not just a topic about the para sports. It is a topic where we are talking about the persons, about the children who are differently able. So everyone, every time we cannot turn every person who is, you know, differently able to be a sports person. It is not mandate and it is not compulsory. And what is the exact role and what is the exact motive? The motive is to give them and to make them stand in the world on their own feet, somewhere somehow in some field. And for this particular reason, I want to give an example of accessible tourism, and it could be a game changer for the candidates who are differently abled. You know, they can be a good service provider for this particular thing if the universities, if the sports institutions will include these small courses, maybe small courses for 2 months, 3-month courses, or as a specialized course with their curriculum. It will give a new direction to those candidates who have enrolled themselves to be a sports person in para sports. But unfortunately, as I already say, that unfortunately we cannot turn every candidate who is differently able as a para sports person. So we need to give them a different path. And for that, I want to suggest the accessible tourism activity. You will wonder that Kerala is the only single state in entire India who have launched this barrier-free, barrier-free tourism, I can say. So people are providing such facilities to the persons who are differently abled, and even they do have the trainers for the language, for the sign languages. They do have the trainers who show the path and momentum, help them to see and visit the certain places. So this is again where we can give a job opportunity, to the candidates. And moreover, I want to say here one more thing, that creating high quality should be our aim in the para sport education, which is very much important. Secondly, we have to encourage and we have to, give them good training as well. And most important thing, which again, I have noticed on my personal experience, I'm saying this, when I was just looking for, because it is also absolutely a new topic for me as well. And when I was searching and looking for, some knowledge and content, to be honest with all of you, because we all are academicians here, you will not believe I have a few papers only on para sports. So research work should be more focused upon. The project should be more, you have to make more projects, more research papers, more studies, and even the case studies. Like G. Kishore sir, he just shown us a beautiful video in the end. And it was, we can present it as a case study, which their institution has done, for these differently abled children. So this could be taken up as a case study as well. So this is my humble submission, that these are the few things which we can do. And without taking much of your time, I want to show you a video which is from Nepal country. And it is of course a small country than us, but still they are doing, it is of course not of sports, but they are doing so wonderful for the persons who are differently able and coming and visiting to their country. And they have created entirely the image of the country. They have just changed the image of the country as the best, country to provide the accessible tourism. And as well as they have beautiful tracks for the candidates who are differently abled, which India is actually lacking. And even we people are not working. In fact, the sports persons, they are the academicians and the practitioners in sports, they can be more of help in this particular area also, because ultimate objective is to create happiness. The ultimate objective is to give some ground to stand and to earn money. This is the ultimate objective. And I think why we only stuck up to para sports and to this, to turn up all the person and as a sports person, why can't we make them good researchers? Why can't we make them, good teachers? Why can't we make them good tour operators or the tour providers? This is again the philosophy which I'm using here. It is all about the belief system, all about the values which you want to inculcate in the curriculum, in the designing of the things which you want to provide to your students. Okay, without taking much of your time, I'm just trying to run this video. I hope it will work. And it is from Nepal. When I have visited there, I myself experienced this. Is it audible to everyone?
Yes, Doc.
So it is a small video from Nepal, and I have visited Nepal just for the accessible tourism only. And I myself noticed it in person that how wonderfully they were treating them, and they were enjoy like anything. I mean, this should be, you can add this thing with some sport curriculum, because it will give some newness to the students. And without taking much of your time, I just want to sum up my talk. And I want to say one more thing, because when we are talking about para, sports, there is a phrase that think outside the box. But when we are talking about para sports, I would like to request all of you, because it is a humble cause also. It is not for profession we are doing it. It is very humble cause and holistic thing it is. So that's why please try to think like there is no box, because when we are making them at limits, definitely we won't be able to provide them that sky which we want to provide them. And that is why we are gathered here today to discuss about, and we are making these deliberations. So with this last slide, I want to sum up my talk. Thank you so very much. And I want to give thanks from the core of my heart to Professor Kishore Mukhopadhyay sir for giving me this opportunity to talk about a little, of course, not up to the mark for para sports, but little whatever I know about para sports, and whatever, a new thing which I can provide from my side. Thank you so very much to everyone, to the all organizers. Thanks a lot.
And that is our third speaker for this afternoon, Dr. Anaki Sharma. Thank you so much for that inspiring information-loaded discussion, Doc. Absolutely something that every one of us can consider. And as well as we normally say in Filipino, once again, thank you very much. Maraming salamat for gracing this international conference.
Thank you.
At this juncture, let us extend our appreciation to our expert resource speaker by presenting the certificate of appreciation to be facilitated by, once again, our Assistant Secretary of International Association of Physical Education Sports Incorporated, none other than Dr. Gina Tugade Astillero. Dr. Gina, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Sir Kimpi. All right. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India, awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Anukrati Sharma for her invaluable or precious time and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Development of Parasport, Sports, Health, and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children and Global Scenario, organized by IAPES and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with PEFI under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, given this 20th day of March 2022 via Zoom platform. Signed by our National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Zain, Dr. TJD Panganiban, our Vice President for the IAPES Incorporated, and of course, our very own Chairman of the IAPES Incorporated, Associate Professor Dr. Joelson M. Santos. Doc Sharma, please accept the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thanks a lot. This is absolutely a pleasure for me. And I would like to invite you people to India, not in the sports area, but yes, definitely. If someone wants to work on sports tourism, sports events and marketing, I'm very much interested. Please do contact me. Thank you so much. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you.
It triggered my interest to apply there in India. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. And we're now down to our last speaker for this international conference. And let's continue the wisdom information reigning. And let's hear once again our country coordinator for International Association of Physical Education Sports Incorporated to introduce our last but not the least and equally commendable speaker, Professor Mary Jane F. Pernides. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sir Kimpi. And I couldn't agree more when you said equally commendable. And I am more than excited to introduce to you our last but definitely not the least, as they say, saving the best for last, right? So without further ado, let me introduce to you our last speaker, our very own president of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, is also professor from College of Human Kinetics, University of Makati, Philippines. Our very own, a very supportive and hands-on president, Dr. Jesus D. Algarin. Doc?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sir Kimpi. Ma'am, am I audible? Okay, so
Yes, sir. Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you to all. Okay, thank you for this opportunity, especially from IAPS Chairman, Dr. Gelson M. Santos, and to the Physical Education Foundation of India National Secretary, Dr. Piju Sain, and also to our Chairman, Dr. Kishore Makapadayay. Okay, let me start sharing you with my first slide. Can I be allowed to share? Is it visible, ma'am?
We cannot see the slide yet, Doc.
Oh, for a while. Am I allowed to share, ma'am?
Supposedly, Doc.
Doc, you are allowed to screen share, Dr. Argarin.
Okay. Okay. Is it visible now, sir? Not yet.
Not yet,
Not
sir.
yet.
Screen sharing. Okay, start.
Sir, you're now a co-host, sir. Try
Okay,
try again, sir. Try
Okay.
sharing your screen again.
Is it visible now, sir?
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Mhm. Where am I, sir?
So you can
Where am
send
I?
your PPT so someone can assist
Okay.
you on sharing your
Okay, sir.
PPT, sir.
Ma'am and Jason ko sa'yo. Where am I?
Doc, did you
Yeah.
already send it?
Yeah, almost done.
Okay, in the Gmail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna check it.
Dr. I send it to you, sir. My PowerPoint. I cannot find the MNJ's email. Sorry for that.
Let me check, sir, for a while.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, I think while waiting for the presentation to be posted on the screen, let's take the opportunity to extend our warmest gratitude to our participants who are still here, enduring and learning everything that our speakers are trying to share with us today. Thank you very much for staying with us. This is a jam-packed event. We have been learning a lot. There are many good points that we can actually embrace and put into practice with our own respective areas. So with that,
I
I
can
Yes, sir.
see I can see your PPT.
So, is it with you now, sir?
Not yet, sir. I've
Okay.
checked two of my email addresses, but unfortunately, I cannot
Okay.
see or I haven't received it yet.
Okay, so how about in your WhatsApp, sir?
And the IAPES are hoping that our
Okay, sir.
participants who are right now
It's with
with
your
us today. Yes, go ahead, sir.
yeah. It's with Dr. Jewel Santos WhatsApp, sir. It's loaded already. Thank
Okay.
you.
Let's wait for a little moment. We soon to have more events like this. So I hope we could be with these participants with us right now in the future endeavor that we're about to venture.
Doc Argarine,
It's
I
good to see
think
you once again.
everybody's excited already to hear your presentation. So
Yes,
I think you
Even-
can start
That's what I'm about
while
to say
Doc
also.
Jewel, yes, is
Yeah.
there. You
Oh,
have
thank
it.
you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you, sir. So that's it.
There you
So,
have it.
thank you so much, Sir Jewel. Okay, so let me start with my first slide. Okay, the development concept of Paralympics. Okay, okay. According to Dr. Kishore, you've heard a lot of words from Dr. Kishore about this. So let me enlighten you about everything. Okay, so the Paralympic Games are modern day sporting event, according to Dr. Kishore. Yes, it's I agree with that. And even at the grown, it's a grown, okay, from a small archery. Okay, then it's just a demonstration actually, the archery during that time. It was a long time ago, and now become the second largest multi-sports festival on the planet. Okay, it every after Olympics, okay, it's now become the second events, right? Just right after the Olympic Games, the regular one. These games for athletes with disabilities have played major role in changing attitudes towards disability and accelerating and being accepted now in the entire community. The goals of the United Nations International Paralympic Committees is to share the same ideals, okay, to serve humanity. The United Nations strives to the peaceful settlement of disputes, social progress, and better standards of life, and also harmonious relations among people in all nations. While the goal of the Paralympics is to place sport at the service. Okay, slide number 2, please. Thank you, sir. Before proceeding with the history and development of the Paralympic Games, it is important to point out that academic study of the history of the Paralympic Games is not highly developed, especially compared to the historical events such as Olympic Games. The main reason for the lack of records keeping appeared to be the one that no one involved in these early games believed that Paralympic Games would ever reach size or importance that would make the worthy of academic historical documentation and study. The Games was organized on small budgets by volunteers who had little or no time to ensure the Games were adequately documented. Slide number 2, please. Thank you. There are several examples of sports, leisure clubs for disabled, and the early part of 20th century, including the British Society of One-Armed Golfers and also the Motor Club Driver. The first international organizations responsible for a particular impairment group and its involvement in sports was called Comité International des Sports des Sounds, or CISS, which was set up by a deaf man named Eugene Robbins Alcais in 1924. With the support of 6 national sports federations for the deaf, the first international silent games were held in the same year in Paris, with athletes from 9 countries in attendance. The games are now called Deaf Olympics, and there is summer and winter version which occur in the year following the Olympic and Paralympic counterparts. The International Committee on Sports for the Deaf, or ICSD, is the main governing body and responsible for the organization of Deaflympics and other World Deaf Championship. The athletes of the Deaflympics set record and break barriers every time they participate in summer and winter Deaflympics. Not only those new records set and apply to the athletic peaks. Since the debut of the first Deaf International Games, records were continually broken for the number of nations participating in the Deaflympics, as well as the number of new sports added. The first games, known as the International Silent Games, were held in 1924 in Paris with athletes from 9 European nations. The games were the brainchild of Eugene Robins Alcaïs, himself a deaf and the president of the French Deaf Sports Federation. At a time when societies everywhere viewed deaf people are intellectual, inferior, linguistically poor, and often
Sir, your
treated as
slides are
outcasts.
not moving. Your slides are not moving, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm still on the third slides.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir. Then, according to Monsieur Robin Alcaïs, he envisioned that international sports event as the best answer to prove that the deaf were more than what they were viewed. A young deaf Belgian named Antoine Dress was instrumental in helping him accomplishing his dream. The silent game was the first ever for any group of people with disabilities. Furthermore, it was secondly created internationally competed games of any kind. The modern day Olympics was first after the initial Paris Games. Deaf sporting leaders assembled at a cafe and established the Comité International des Sports Silencieux, meaning the International Committee of Silent Sports, commonly known as the CISS. Recently, the CISS was renamed Le Comité International des Sports des Sounds, the International Committee of Sports for the Deaf, or the ICSD. The competition of the games immediately because the social context for countries to deliberate about similarities and differences in the welfare of their deaf people. Over the years, games have been awarded with the aim of spreading this deliberation into new areas. As a result, many of the misconceptions about deaf people were greatly reduced in many parts of society around the world. Furthermore, inroads are continually being made in the battle against prejudice. The breakdown speed of the prejudice has increased as more nations and individuals join in the Deaflympics movement. The Deaflympics are distinguished from along other IOC sanctioned games by the fact that they are organized and run exclusively by members of the community that they serve. Only deaf people are eligible to serve on the ICSD, especially on the boards and executive bodies. Today, the numbers of national federation in the ICSD reach 116 countries, as a big difference from original 9 countries. It's almost 100 years ago. Among recent newcomers enjoying the benefits of worldwide network of the sports and social inclusion include geographically disparate countries such as Lebanon, Paraguay, Mozambique. 23 summer games have been held consistently at 4-year intervals since the initial Paris Games. The only exception were the cancellation of 1943 and 1947 games because of World War II. Slide number 4, please. Impact of the World War II in disability of sports. Most people with spinal cord injuries died within 3 years following to the injury from the World War II. However, After World War II, sulfa drugs made spinal cord injury survivable. Dr. Ludwig Guttmann, the universally accepted founder of the Paralympic movement, was a German Jewish neurologist who fled from Nazi Germany in 1939 and eventually settled in Oxford, where he then worked at an Oxford University. The British government commissioned Sir Guttmann in 1943 as the director of the National Spinal Injuries. Also, the Ministry of Pension Hospital in Stoke Mandeville. His task was mainly to take care of the numerous soldiers and civilians suffering from the spinal injuries because of the World War II. Sir Guttmann accepted under the condition to be completely independent. Although many of his colleagues were apparently surprised by his enthusiasm and could not understand why he would leave Oxford University to be engulfed in the hopeless and depressing task of looking after traumatic spinal paraplegic injuries, there is little evidence of organized efforts to develop and promote sport for individuals with impairment prior to World War II. Especially people with spinal injuries who were discerned to have no hope of surviving their injuries. After the war, however, medical authorities were asked to reevaluate traditional methods of rehabilitation, which were not satisfactory, responding to the medical and psychological needs of the large number of soldiers disabled during that time. Sir Guttmann recognized the psychological and physiological values of sports in the rehabilitation of paraplegic hospital inpatients. The sport was introduced as part of the total rehabilitation program for patients in spinal unit. The aim was to not only give hope and sense of self-worth to the patients, but to change the attitude of society towards the spinal injured by demonstrating that they could continue to be useful members of society and take part in activities and complete tasks most of non-disabled would struggle with. According to Sir Guttmann, sport is more important for well-being of disabled people than for the well-being of healthy people. Sport for the disabled pursue that some goals as sport for the non-disabled in addition. However, sports have very high therapeutic value and plays significant role in physical, psychological, and social rehabilitation of the disabled. One of the first sports to be introduced by Sir Guttmann was archery, which played key role in all areas of rehabilitation plans. According to him, archery was immense value in strengthening in a very natural way. Just those muscles of the upper limbs, shoulders, and trunks on which the paraplegic well-balanced upright position depends. It was also one of the very sports that only once proficient paraplegic could compete on equals with the non-disabled counterparts. This led to visits of the teams from Stoke Mandeville to some non-disabled archery clubs in later years, which were hopeful in breaking down the barriers between the public and paraplegics. Next slide, please. Thank you, sir. The development of Stoke Mandeville Games, the success of sports as an accurate exercise and clinical treatment gave the impetus to establish the sports movement for paralyzed. On July 28, 1948, Stoke Mandeville Games for paralyzed were established as an annual sports festival. However, only 16 British war veterans, 14 men and 2 women, took part of this competition in the first game. The competition took place on the day of the opening of the Olympic Games in London. Despite the small number of participants, the games were demonstration to the public that sports competition are not only for healthy people, but that even for the disabled person. These several disabilities are paraplegic can become athletes. The games became a great success and inspired paraplegics in other parts of the country. With each year, the number of participants and the number of sports increased. Year later, in 1949, the award ceremony, Sir Dr. Gatman was impressed by the success of the games that, looking into the future, he expressed the hope that there would come time when this event would be international and the Stoke Mandeville Games would become world famous, which is happening now, as the equivalent of the Olympic Games for paralyzed for men and women. The following years, competitors' number of the games continued to grow, and more spinal units from around the country or around the world, are now joining. The first steps to Sir Dr. Gatman's dream was occurred in 1952, when a team of 4 paraplegics from the Military Rehabilitation Center in the Netherlands became the first truly international competitors in the game. Over the next 4 years, the international nature of games rose dramatically, so that the 1956 where 18 nations are represented at the games, and totally of 21 different nations have competed since 1952. Next slide, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, the birth of Paralympic Games. Sir Ludwig Gatman persistence in forging a link between the Stoke Mandeville Games and the Olympic Games took a giant step forward at the annual meeting at the World Veterans Federation in Rome in May 1959. In this meeting, it was agreed to host the 1960 Games in Rome, in same city, in just a few weeks after the Olympic Games. 400 paralyzed athletes from 23 nations took part in the competition in the Olympic. Okay, this stadium after the Olympic Games, okay, under the condition of Olympic Games, despite few problems in Rome about the access of accommodation due to overwhelming competitors, the games were considered a huge success. Immediately, the possibility of Tokyo, which was chosen to the host Olympics in 1962 by the IOC, or International Olympic Committee, also hosting the Stoke Mandeville Games, was voiced. The Tokyo game had an extraordinary impact on the public in social terms. The Japanese government set up a factory for paraplegic and disabled workers within 6 months, after the sporting skills of men and women in wheelchair had caused such a public sensation and made the great value of sports in the social rehabilitation of severely disabled, okay, in 1968. The games could not be had planned in connection with the Olympic Games in Mexico because of the Mexican authorities encountered too many difficulties in organizing them. Instead, these games were held near Tel Aviv in Israel with 750 competitors from 29 countries. The following games were held in 1972 in Heidelberg, Germany, in a newly built sports stadium where already 1,000 paralyzed athletes from 44 countries took part. At the next Paralympics in Toronto in 1976, 600 amputees and blind people took part for the first time alongside the 1,100 paralyzed athletes. In the 1980, the decision was made to carry out at the 1918 Paralympic Games in Anaheim, Netherlands, due to lack of response from Olympic organizers in Moscow because of political fundraising problems around the Games. In 1984, in Los Angeles, California, they were transferred a very short notice to Stoke Mandeville. From 1988 onwards, the Summer Paralympic Games had been held in the same host city as the Olympic Games, beginning about 2 weeks after the Olympic closing ceremony, like what happened in 2021 Tokyo Olympics. Right after 2 weeks, okay, the Paralympic Games held Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, the Winter Paralympic Games. At the annual games, the annual general meeting with the IOC, or International Sports Organization, ISO, for the disabled in 1974, the idea for Winter Paralympic Games was suggested. This idea from the Swedish delegation, a country with a strong winter sports tradition. The resulting games, after less than 18 months of making the necessary arrangement, were quite small, but a great success, of course. Nonetheless, in the first games, only athletes with amputation or visual impairments could take part. The games were held in Amskolsvik in 1976 and attracted 198 para-athletes, 161 men and 37 women from 16 countries who competed in the two sports, and 53 medal events. The first 6 Winter Paralympic Games also took place in Europe, where the winter sports were highly developed and winter sports for athletes with disabilities. It was already existed in 1950s until their 5th incarnation, the Tignas Albertville in 1992. The Winter Games were held in the Olympic host city venues. Next slide, please. The term Paralympics. This is confusion to us, to anyone, to where the term Paralympic derives from. Okay, originally the term Paralympic was considered a joke combining paraplegic and Olympic. Then possibly because it is smoother or shorter to pronounce, right? Until the 1960s, the term was used as an alternative or colloquial means of referring to annual international Stoke Mandeville Games. The deliberate linking of Stoke Mandeville Games with the host city of the Olympic Games every 4 years had the most immediate impact on press usage of the term Paralympics. Although Dr. Gatman was a determined promoter of the link between the Olympic and Paralympic movements, the record shows that he referred the International Stoke Mandeville Games to be used officially and did not promote the use of the term Paralympic. The term remained colloquial following the 1960 Rome Games, although from the time Paralympic tended to be used in the press only when referring to the International Mandeville Games that occurred in the same year as the Olympics. However, the modern day usage of the term Paralympics become one of the common. And then in 1976, in Toronto, they now include blind and visually impaired and amputee athletes. The games could no longer be called Paralympic, as it was then understood Paraplegic Olympics. In the next few years, there's a vision of the games, varying adaptation of the term Olympics for the disabled were used, which led to discussion with the International Olympic Committee, or IOC, over the use of Olympic terminology. In the end, the IOC approved the use of term Paralympic in connection with the 1988 Seoul Olympics game, from where the games finally returned to being hosted in the same city as the Olympic Games. Ever since, then it has been correct term of reference to the games and movement, which is now called the term Paralympics. Okay, next slide, please. Issues within Paralympics movement. Of course, in all organizations, there are lots of issues, right? So, but it's different. Likely in all major international organizations, right? So whether sporting or not, the Paralympic movement have several ongoing issues it must deal with, of course. These issues are both complex and difficult to manage. Some issues reflect the increasing importance of the games themselves, and the vastly improve the benefits okay, that being successful at the Paralympic Games may now bring to both individuals and the nations. Like for example, in our country we have para athlete, but it's big difference now. The issue is like this. So in the Philippines, the allowance, what we call it the allowance, right? So it's not salary, it's allowance. So when we say allowance, it's for amateur. So in our country, it's like half of the national team, okay, normal national team, okay, received by the para athletes, and also the benefits from given by the government. Like for example, if you bring a gold medal, okay, in regular Olympics, you will receive more than 40 million pesos, right? In the Philippines, you might have like 1 million or 2 million. It depends, okay, on the government subsidy. So that's a little problem from I mean, it's not a little, I think. So it's an impact for the Paralympics and also for the regular athletes. Okay, so it's still an unfair to para athletes. All right, so next slide, please. Thank you. A cultural or sport event. From its inception, in late 1940s, Dr. Ludwig Guttmann described the aims of his use of sports in rehabilitation process, okay, to be social reintegration to change perception of non-disabled within society regarding what people with disabilities were capable. Okay, this continued to be underlying message of the International Paralympic Committees regarding Paralympic Games, okay, and international disability sport in general. For many years, these aims and the language associated with them, like social integration, changing perception, and etc., possibly led to the Paralympic Games being perceived primarily as cultural games rather than games that are about sport. The aims of cultural games are fostering self-respect and belief amongst their participants, as well as helping to strengthen their social identity as a group. Gay games and the Maccabiah Jewish games are other examples of cultural games, right? There is no doubt that historically speaking, there was a clear needed for disability movement in general to take a cultural model approach in all areas to highlight the fact that people with disabilities were capable of amazing performances, just like normal people. Okay, sport is one of the most successful and visible avenues through which these aims have been achieved. However, disability sport has been successful that the language and aims of the cultural model approach reached a point where they were preventing people with disabilities from being accepted as an athlete, with non-disabled definition which constitutes an athlete. There has been distinct that in the language used at the aims set out by the International Paralympic Committee over the last years. Okay, the IPC is arguably trying to situate the Paralympic Games as an elite sports competition, okay, within a self-contained social vacuum, a vacuum in which social perception about this differently impaired body, okay, as nullified by the assertion that Paralympics are athletes and their support performance, not their individual impairments. Okay, we should take a center stage for the IPC to promote perpetuate this message. However, requires others, including media, to endorse conceptualization, the impairment in merely incidental, not influential in Paralympic sports. Next slide, please. INAS, okay, which is the International Association Sports, okay. These are for para athletes with and intellectual disability. In 1986, okay, INAS was formed and support elite competition for athletes with intellectual disabilities. This was established in contrast to the more participative sports for all. Okay, approach of Special Olympics also. Athletes with intellectual disabilities were included in the Paralympic Games. However, in 2000, INAS or FID athletes were banned from Paralympic competition after a cheating scandal at the 2000 Summer Paralympics, with several athletes participating in intellectual disability. Okay, these events were revealed not actually be disabled. After years of campaigning from various groups, okay, they involved in parasport, the International Paralympic Committee or IPC decided to reinstate intellectual disability athletes in the Paralympic Games on the 21st century in 2009. Next slide, please. Okay, International Paralympic Committee. The IPC are the organization or responsible for running the Paralympic movements and parasports around the world. Founded on September 22, 1989 in Dusseldorf, Germany, under the presidency of Canadian Robert B. Stedward, the IPC has established itself as a unique umbrella organization where other international parasport organizations for athletes with disability are either limited to one disability group or to one specific parasport. The IPC represents several parasports and disabilities. There are now 23 parasports forming part of the Paralympic. There are hundreds of other parasports disabled, okay, that participate as a parasport, increase in popularity around the world. The 2022 Tokyo Paralympic sports comprise all the sports consisted in the Summer and Winter Paralympic Games. The Summer Paralympic Games in Tokyo has 22 sports and 539 medals events. And the Winter Paralympics includes five parasports disciplines and about 80 events. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the classification. Okay, before you join the Paralympics. Okay, this first competition for the hearing impaired were held in the late 19th centuries. From the sports classification perspective, this competition were significantly because it was the first time that impairment has been used as a unit of classification in sporting context from the 1940s onwards. Okay. The focus on sport, okay, rather than rehabilitation, started the development of functional classification system. In functional system, the main factors that determine class are not diagnosis and medical evaluation, but how much the impairment of persons impact upon sports performance, in contrast to the medical classification approach, in which athletes competed in the same class for all sports. Functional system of classification are necessary, okay, for sports, especially, okay, it should be specific. Different impairments impact upon individuals' functionality and ability is different, okay, especially on different degrees. But in nearly all cases, impact usually lead to competitive disadvantages in all sports. Because of that, it is necessary to put criteria in place in order to success in determined by skills, fitness, power, endurance, tactical ability, and mental focus, as it is non-disabled sport. The classifiers usually only classify athletes with one sport that is their area of expertise. The classification is possibly one of the most controversial issues in disability sport, and a difficult one to find a solution that satisfies the needs and desires to everyone's concerned. The main issue of classification is the difficulty of designing a system within a particular sport that is easy for non-disabled spectators to understand. Generally, spectators, especially with non-disabled ones, lack of understanding of disability and specific impairments on sporting performance. This is why, the addition to a general lack of anatomical and psychological understanding of the body, and now it works more people to find classification, okay, is a confusing also. As a concept, okay, they now move on classification of an individual. Another issue is in classification is to discourage athletes to cheat, okay? As the classification system is not an exact science. Athletes can underpay their level of ability, be placed in more disabled class, leaving them unfair disadvantage when it comes to winning medals, right? The most obvious and clear case of cheating the classification system occurred in Sydney in intellectually disabled basketball. Okay? The classification process had not been properly carried out, and it turned out that several Spanish basketball team who had won did not even intellectual disabilities. This case shows that the inexactness of the classification system clearly opens opportunities for athletes to try and get themselves classified into a group that gives them competitive advantage. The Paralympic movement are also adopted and definition for the eligible impairment types as described in the World Health Organization. Okay, they classify in international, okay, the functioning, disability, and health each Paralympic sports. Okay, it's also must clearly define what impairment groups they provide. Also, sports opportunities for disabled. This is described in classification rules of each sport. Why? Some sports include athletes of all impairment. Okay, there are types like athletics, swimming, and other sports are limited to one impairment type. Okay, like goalball or selection impairment. Like cycling, Paralympic sports incorporates opportunities for a wide range of athletes with physical impairment. The presence of an ineligible impairment is a prerequisite, but not the sole criterion of entry to a particular Paralympic sport. It is not sufficient simply to have one of the below impairment types. The athletes must also meet the minimal eligibility criteria as set out by the specific sporting body. Specific objective testing is used to determine whether a person's impairment results in sufficient activity. Okay, there's also limitation to perform the core elements of the relevant sports. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when we say impaired muscle power, okay, these are athletes with impaired muscle power have a health condition that either reduces or eliminates their ability to voluntarily contract their muscles to move or to generate force. For example, okay, underlying, okay, this is the underlying condition that may lead to impaired, okay, the muscle power, okay, include spinal cord, okay, spinal cord injury, complete or incomplete tetra or paraplegia or paraplesis, which means muscular dystrophy or post-polio syndrome and spina bifida. Okay. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay. Impaired passive range of movement. Okay. These are athletes with impaired passive range of movement. Okay, which have restriction or lack of passive movements in one or more joints. For example, okay, this health is underlying condition that may lead to impaired passive range of movement also. It includes arthroposis and constructure resulting from chronic joint immobilization or trauma affecting a joint. Okay, like what you see. Okay, it's a track and field with wheelchair. Okay, next slide, please. Limb deficiency. This is an athlete with limb deficiency, which has a total or partial absence of bones or joints because of trauma. Okay, for example, okay, amputation, illness. Another one is amputated due to bone or cancer and or congenital limb deficiency. Also the dysmelia. Next slide, please. Okay, length. Leg length difference. Okay, this is an athlete with leg or length difference. Okay, also have the difference in the leg of their length of their legs. Okay, with what we call extra limb. Okay, to be used or artificial limbs. Okay, because of the disturbance, maybe of the limbs or limb growth, or because of trauma. Next slide, please. Okay, short stature. Okay, these are the athletes with short stature have a reduced length in the bones. Okay, of the upper limbs, lower limbs, and or trunk. Like for example, okay, stature that the short statures include achondroplasia growth, meaning a hormone dysfunction and or astoniasis imperfecta. Okay, so this is the and this also in condition included in the category of dwarfism. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, hypertonia. Okay, it's an athlete that increase muscle tension and reduce ability of muscles to stretch caused by damage to the central nervous system. Okay, so examples, okay, cerebral palsy, traumatic brain injury, and stroke. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, ataxia. Okay, athletes with ataxia have uncoordinated movements caused by damage to the central nervous system. Another example is the condition that may lead to cerebral palsy, traumatic brain injury also, stroke, and multiple sclerosis. Next slide, please. Thank you. Athetosis. Okay, an athlete with continual slow and voluntary movements. Examples, cerebral palsy, traumatic brain injury, and stroke. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, vision impairment. Okay, this is an athlete with vision impairment caused by damage to the eye structure, optical nerves, or optical pathways, or visual cortex of the brain. For example, vision impairment includes retinitis pigmentosa and diabetic retinopathy. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, intellectual impairment. Okay, this is an athlete with intellectual impairment has a restriction in intellectual functioning and adaptive behavior also, and which affects conceptual, social, practical adaptive skills required for everyday life. This impairment must be present before the age of 18, to join the Paralympics events. That's the criteria. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so doping. Everyone knows about the legal use of drugs, especially for normal athletes, right? this an enhancement. Okay, this an advantage. It's form of cheating. All right. So drugs for performance enhancement purpose with non-disabled sport. They also use it for para athletes. Okay, this form of cheating, however, also occurs in disability. Okay, the fact that same athletes need to take drugs on a regular basis for health reason, of course, right? Because they need to take medication, especially if you're para athlete, okay, to maintain the health. But there are lots of drugs that need to avoid, or maybe need to avoid for, especially if you're going to compete for about 6 months. Okay, so we know that especially for physical educators. Okay, and also if you're a coach. All right. So next slide, please. Okay, boosting in disability sport. Okay, there is an exist, particularly in doping. Okay, method, also known as boosting. Okay, first issue what we call blood doping, right? So it boosts our strength like about 20% or 25%, maybe 30 or 40. So it depends on the reaction of your body. Okay, boosting is the collegial terminology for self-inducted or automatic dysreflexia, which is considered as a performance enhancing. Okay, this is a technique also, right? Boosting is a practice by athletes with spinal cord injuries who seek to increase their blood pressure to enhance performance. Okay, these athletes with a high-level spinal injury have limited psychological potential for improvements in cardiac output and maximum oxygen uptake. Okay, so the loss of sympathetic cardiac innervation results in maximum heart rate between 110 to 130 beats per minute. So it's now this psychological limitation lead athletes with high-level spinal cord injuries to practice boosting. So this this form of cheating, especially if an athlete tested in the Paralympics. So this is the most important to know, especially during these days, during what we call new age, okay, new technology. All right. So this is the end of my presentation, of my talk. So thank you everyone for listening. So hope everyone learn and understand, okay, what the history of Paralympics is like most. Thank you.
You know what they say, in order to live the time of now and project intelligently the path we are to take in the future, we must see and visit the glimpse of our history. And that is well delivered by our fourth and the last resource speaker for this afternoon, none other than the president of IAPES Incorporated, Dr. Jesus Argarin. Thank you so much for that informative discussion. Your insights, and inputs are well valued, and we're all grateful about it. With so much passion and with heart, maraming salamat po, Dr. Jesus D. Argarin. And to extend our appreciation to our expert resource speaker, let's now proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to be facilitated by our Assistant Secretary of IAPES, Dr. Gina Tugade Astillero. Doc, go ahead.
Thank you again, Sir Kims. All right, so I would like to read a
Dr.
citation. Yes. Can you hear me right, Sir Kimpi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, po.
So international, yes. I would like to read the citation of the certificate. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India, under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, present this certificate of appreciation to our very own brilliant president of the IAPS Incorporated, Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, for his precious time and expertise as resource speaker during the conduct of International Conference on Development of Parasports, Health, and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children in Global Scenario. Given this 20th day of March 2020 via Zoom platform, signed Dr. Pius Zain, National Secretary, Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. TJD Panganiban, our Vice President, IAPS Incorporated, and of course, our very down-to-earth, brilliant Chairman, Associate Professor, Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Sir Kims? Sir Jess, kindly accept
Once
the
again.
certificate of
Yeah.
appreciation.
Okay.
For
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you po.
ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity to our chairman, okay, to Dr. Pius Sain, and to our Vice President, IPS Vice President, Dr. TJ Panganiban, and to our moderator, Ma'am MJ, okay, to all the guests, and to our to Sir Kimpi, to Ma'am Dr. Atiliero. So thank you for this wonderful certificate and what we call. So I'm overwhelming for what what I heard about from you guys. Thank you.
Well deserved, Doc. Well deserved. At this juncture, we are also privileged to be hearing the concluding message to be coming from our very own Chief Advisor of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, none other than Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay. Dr. Kishore?
Hello, sir. Hello. May I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Good day, Dr. Kishore.
Oh, okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Today the focus of the conference was on development of para sports, health, and corrective physical education for special children in global scenario. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India, Lakshmi Bai National College of Physical Education, Trivandrum, Netaji Subhash Open University, Calcutta, India. Today it is in the technical session, our keynote speaker was Dr. Leena Bardhan, and she emphasized the importance of parents' participation for promotion of special education. According to her, in some cases, lifelong activities is necessary for promote the individual of special need so that he or she may be a worthy member of the society. And the importance must be given for the selection of appropriate activities which must be open in nature. Sensory issues may be given priority so that they can play forward with proper importance. Gender biasness should be ignored. Adaptation of sports is the result of modification of sporting program. It includes rules, regulation, equipment as well. Special Olympic is a tool for social changing initiatives. Three models of Special Olympics, that is the recreational part, player developmental part, and competitive nature. She stressed on the inclusive education for children with special needs, where major or minor modification can be done. Today, our first resource speaker was Dr. Hamid Sir of Iran, His topic was external and internal risk factor for injuries of special child. He described the preventive measures of the sports injuries. He emphasized on corrective exercises, the importance and rules or principles of imparting the corrective exercises for children with special needs. The exercise must be designed and planned systematically, keeping in mind the purpose of it. It may be preventive or it can be corrective or combined. He emphasized the role of physical therapists, personal trainers, and chiropractors for development of functional movement capacities. He pointed out the aspects of stability and mobility and its importance in corrective exercise for better posture. The painful range of motion is the key concern of corrective exercise, which is able to prevent the future injury as well. Today, our second resource speaker was Dr. Shubir sir, and his topic was mental toughness and physiological skill training for para Olympian. He stressed on three areas, that is the urbanization, lifestyle, war, and accidents are the major concern or major positive fact to increase the disabled people day by day. Mental toughness is the ability to keep competing with the odds seem to be against you. Mental toughness is required to facing challenges which affects on one's personality traits. Concentration and mental toughness are the major margin of victory. Talents, work ethics, health habit, simulation, mental skill, and emotional intelligence are the ingredient of excellence in para sports. Control, movement, momentum, challenge, and confidence are the four pillars of mental toughness. There are 7 factors of mental toughness. Among them, motivation and commitment, resilience, self-belief, mental momentum, focused, handling pressure, sports intelligence are the key concern. Mental skill training is prerequisite for building the mental toughness of an athlete, which is based on the product of motivation and skill. At the end, he demonstrated the practice of psychological skill training session. And we have learned a lot and experienced a good one from his deliberation and demonstration. Thank you, sir. Today, then we had Dr. G. Kishore sir, and he discussed on an informative talk about the para sports and the position of para sports in India and Asia. Thanks a lot, sir. Today, our third speaker was Anukriti Sharma. Her topic of deliberation was philosophical basis of para sports. Philosophy is the study of beliefs and thoughts, and it is related with human existence. Infrastructure, facility training, and resource building is the major concern of para sports. Equality is important for promotion of para sports of differently able people. Philosophical development of para sports depends on exploration, engagement, extension, preparation, and reformation. These are the areas. Then basic philosophy, ability, not a disability. Mind, body, and spirit, total concept, and integration of all these 3 factors. Accessible tourism can be a game changer for para sports person. High quality education is required for the differently able people. Much research in this regard is highly necessary for development of para sports in future. Our fourth and last but not the least speaker was Dr. Professor Arjarin sir, and his topic was developmental concept of para Olympics. He discussed the structure of disability sports prior to the 1940s. Para-Olympic is the result of Second World War. Sporting events sporting events in the world, in order to minimize the degree of disabilities from orthopedic injury, this sporting event was initiated. Ludwig Guttmann, German neurologist, initiated the stroke Mandeville game. Nowadays, the Summer Paralympic, Winter Paralympic, Special Paralympic is the major area of concern for the people with disabilities. In Tokyo 2020 Paralympic, more than 500 athletes were participated in 22 sporting events. There are several categories of this Paralympic. First one is the impaired muscle power, then passive range of motion, then leg length differences, then short stature, then hypotonia, then apraxia, then atherosclerosis, then vision impairment, then intellectual impairment, and so on. Now, I want to add two more things in this regard. When para sports is discussing today, proper subconscious pre-recording is necessary in order to be a good para athlete, or in order to be a record-breaking para athlete. It is necessary to be a subconscious mind recording, pre-recording before this sporting event. And one of the more important things is that when we are thinking about this special education, that is motor learning is a major area of concern. In this motor learning, there are three phases, and the last phase is the phases of autonomy. To achieve that autonomy phase, one has to participate and practice day by day, regularly. And in this way, when the athlete able to achieve that phase of autonomy, then it is automatically, this movement pattern is recorded in his or her subconscious mind, and which is exhibited at the time of competition. So with this, I may conclude. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, our Chief Advisor of International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, none other than Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay. That was a well-composed and capsulized synthesis of our today's international conference. We are now nearing the end of the line, and many individuals have conspicuously shared their expertise, making this event an international conference a massive and resounding success. Let us listen to our Secretary of the International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated to deliver the vote of thanks, Professor Mark Anthony R. Dalipe. Sir Mark, go ahead. Sir Mark Dalipe.
Hello, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
You are now being heard, Sir Dalipe. Go ahead, po.
Okay, sir. So hello, once again, good afternoon, everyone. To our honorable and respected keynote speaker, to IAPS chairman, our most valued invited guests, of course, to our MC, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the IEPS Incorporated, I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed participants of the webinar for their presence and contribution to make this international conference a great success. Let us all give thanks to the commitment and hard work of IEPS Incorporated in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India under the aegis of Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of India, Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, Thiruvananthapuram and Netaji Subhash Open University, West Bengal, India, for organizing this international conference on development of Parasports, Health, and Corrective Physical Education for Special Children in Global Scenario. Of course, we would like to express our warmest thanks to the following people who serves as a backbone and made this international conference notable and flush with success. To our very own chairman of IEPS, Associate Professor Dr. G. Wilson Santos, who is very approachable, committed, dedicated, and passionate in delivering excellency and sustainability to the field of physical education and sports. A special thanks to the ever-supportive National Secretary of Physical Education, Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, to the very active and energetic Vice President of IEPS Incorporated, Dr. TJ D. Panganiban. Thank you, Doc. And also, I extend my gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Professor Dr. Arjun Singh Rana, Vice Chancellor of Swarnim Gujarat Sports University, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event. Thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this international conference. A special thanks also to the special guests, Dr. G. Kishore, Principal of Lakshmibai National College of Physical Education, Thiruvananthapuram, and Dr. A.N. Day, Director, School of Education, Netaji Subhas Open University, for providing immense support to make the webinar successful. We are also grateful for the special time given by our keynote speaker, Dr. Lina Bardan, Director, Noble Mission of South Calcutta, is a rehab psychologist and special education consultant. Thank you, Madam, and we are all inspired by your great words. Of course, this international conference would not be possible without sharing the expertise of our dear, highly specialized speaker, in which, despite of their busy schedules, they still gave their precious time to be with us today, sharing thoughts and fruitful discussions which are timely and relevant. To Dr. Hamid Abdul Sada Kadim, PhD in Sports Medicine, Sports Injury and Corrective Exercise, Physical Education and Sports Science, Al-Qadisha University, Iran. To Dr. Subir Debnath, Trainer of Paralympian, Sports Officer, Department of Physical Education and Sports, Malaviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, India. To our very own Dr. Jesus D. Argarin, President of IEPS Incorporated, Professor, College of Human Kinetics, University of Makati, Philippines. To Dr. Anukrati Sharma, Head and Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Management Director, Skill Development Center, University of Kota, India, Dean of Faculty, Hospitality and Tourism and Aerospace and Aviation, Rajasthan ILD Skills, Jaipur, India. We are also grateful for the humble cooperation and immense support of Associate Professor Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, Chief Advisor, IEPS Incorporated. Thank you very much, sir. I am also very much grateful to the very active and ever energetic IEPS officers, Professor Mary Jane Permitas, our country coordinator, and Dr. Gina Tugade Astillero, our assistant secretary. Further, a big thank you to our master of ceremony, Mr. Kimpe De Leon, for the good flow of our program and for the effort towards anchoring today. With your style and own ideas of explanation of everything, I mention my deepest sense of appreciation. We would like to acknowledge all of the participants here in Zoom meeting. Thank you for unending support. With all of you, thank you very much. This is Mark Anthony De La Rosa Dalipe, IEPS Secretary from Catanduanes State University, Bicol, Philippines. Back to you, Sir Kimpi.